Good morning, guys. Good job telling all your friends and families that we're going to quit trading over the holidays, and welcome back. All right, let me get all set up here. Looks like we might get a little future sell-off into open. So keep an eye on that. I'm gonna switch over to SPX here. So Discord, oh, Discord audio's off. Whoops. It was good while it lasted. Girk, want to hear a joke? BBBY shareholders. Nice, man. So Upstart's got an unusual number of FTDs today. If anybody's interested in that, it's kind of curious. Like 1.9 million from that one fucking ETF. A lot. Yeah, a lot of ETF FTDs today. 1.9 million is not a small amount, especially for a float size as big as Upstart. No, you didn't hear Upstart rip to $30 under day, but we could see some price improvement on it. Yeah, R.I.P. Ken Block. I don't really know that much about him, but people seem to be sad that he died. My husband gave me more money to trade with. Ding ding. Do you think it could be a good spike to sell some Feb calls and reposition further out? Maybe. Yeah, it's possible. Where the fuck is... Oh, there we go. Right. Futures still look pretty weak, so... Maybe we fill the gap? VIX ripping? Interesting. Yeah, moving up. 6.93%. That's interesting. Futures still look a little bit weak, but they might be consolidating. One of your strums is set to 11 volume. Sorry, I'll try to fix that. There we go. Go even louder. Not yet. Hold on. Oh, futures are so tricky. The fuck? Yeah. GME moving up a little bit. $19. Where's the gamma flip point on these? I need to post the neutrals. 1 second, I'm gonna put up the neutrals. All right. New year, new moon. What's up, popcorn trader? Zoinks, Fubo. Yeah, Fubo's fucking moving pretty quick here. It has FTDs today too, but I don't prescribe as much value to the ones in IWM. Explain why my VIX 3-month out calls near the money or down when VIX is up a lot. Well, they might be near the money now, but I have a feeling they were very far out of the money initially, which means you've probably lost a fairly significant amount of extrinsic value, and the value of them has dropped. One of my favorite things in life is hearing that strum and seeing Gherkin confused as he doesn't know what order just filled. That happens a lot, actually. Is the It's $1 move song ready yet? No, not quite. I'm still waiting to see if futures sells off here, which I think it might, but I don't know yet. CC is at the peak on Upstart today. I mean, careful. There's a lot more FTDs in a few days. Like 3 days from now. Let me see when those are actually. Are they that close? Yeah, 3 days from now, there's 3 million ETF FTDs. So maybe now. Maybe don't do that. I cannot believe how many calls I have in the money. Oh yeah, you have like 1850s on GME, right? Or something like that. CC's at the peak on Upstart today. Fubo $10 end of day. Very unlikely. Although I think they have an investor something coming up. Like some investor conference or some shit. Diamond Hands, welcome to Cornishon. Thank you so much, man. I bought VIX. I bought it 20 VIX 24 March and December 5th. 24C, you bought them on December 5th. So you've been holding them out of the money for a month. So they've got extrinsic value decay. Like you've lost a month's worth of theta. They're gonna have to go in the money or a little, like maybe even a little more than that in the money in order for them to print or go positive. Maybe there's an opportunity here to capture like a roll at break even or something, but yeah, you're gonna need it to go up quite a bit more probably to make up for that time. Is the pickle jar calculating the neutrals or pulling them from somewhere? I mean, the pickle jar isn't calculating them, but we calculate them. Happy New Year, dude. So is it puts, calls, or both today? It's a little bit of both right now, actually. I like the upside, but I'm not confident in it. Yeah, no problem. So even after all the Jan 2nd reminders that got memed, my tired ass woke up yesterday and got all my stuff up and had the 1-2-23 stream card post for Reddit waiting until like 10 a.m. market time. Oh, poor Fluffy. Guys, if you didn't know, US markets were closed yesterday in observance of the New Year's holiday. Sorry, I got fuck you, Hazy. Welcome to Cornishon. Fubo's thing is tomorrow. Bazinga incorrectly has the date as today. City's Communication, Media, and Entertainment Conference, 1:15 p.m. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, I knew they had one coming up. I didn't know when it was, but it's tomorrow. Good to know. Thank you. Does Bobby have FTDs or something? Probably. Yeah. The rest of the basket has some today, so I don't know what Bobby's fails are. I haven't been paying attention, but uh, is it just gonna move super fucking hard? Yeah, it looks like it's gonna. So we'll go sell that off. And how many of those upstart FTDs are from that weird ETF ACWI? Uh, It's what, like 300,000 of them? That's still a lot of FTDs. I don't know. There seems to be some effort to keep Upstart from running. And GME's doing great. Maybe just not enough like near the money calls. I need to look up the gamma. What's our gamma neutral? Gamma neutral's at 1690. Okay, so they shouldn't be afraid of too much upside. Future still looks pretty good. Only 226,000 from ACIW today. Okay, because your FTDs are about 300,000 off on the ETF side from Atomic's list. So I'm trying to figure out where the discrepancy is there. Bobby had 0 fails on 12/14. Last date we have data for. Yeah, I saw that. It had no fails on the underlying at all. That's probably because of the fuck is it called? The share offering, the at the money offering. It's reducing the number of fails on Bobby. SPX testing 3,900 today. Maybe. I don't think that's out of the question. I want to see our like gamma update, but I need a few more minutes. Futures are pretty volatile. Gold and silver still climbing. Nasdaq and Russell are looking pretty good today, so hopefully S&P plays catch up a little bit here. Although oil's getting a little bit hammered, so agency loans? Are you talking about like for uh like multifamily housing? I don't know that much about them. Gilgamesh. So 2022, the year I played a lot of options. Without stops. And here's to 2023. War never changes, but for real, I'm doing stops all the time now. Awesome, man. ACWI gapped up at open and it's running. Okay, well, Fubo's or Upstart's not. Upstart BA spread is 10 cents up to 17 cents. It's kind of narrowing a little bit, which could be a good sign. Couple more minutes on that. XRT's chilling. Yeah, it doesn't look like XRT's doing much this morning. I have it pulled up on the other screen. Looks like it might be a good day to intraday straddle SPX. Maybe. I think we'll have a lot of volatility, but I don't know how much range we have to the downside. There wasn't a lot of put positioning Friday, although that could change pretty quickly today. The upstart, I mean, the upstart shorts are definitely taking advantage of the drop in the market to short a little there, but not a ton of volume on it. So I'm not super concerned just yet. Looks like it might be a good day to intraday straddle SPX. I literally cannot believe it's not better. Okay. SPX gap fill incoming? Maybe. Which is unfortunate. I think futures are gonna find support right around this level, but they may push down harder on SPX. Is the sacrifice of leverage in the upstart position from March to Jan worth all the extra theta? Could be, yeah. I mean, that's a risk question, right? So I was talking about, losing all the premium versus some of it. And the red candle has bankrupted me. Goodbye, cruel world. Oh, popcorn trader, stop being so dramatic. We all know you have an extra port. Boom, out of my upstart weeklies at 30%. What fucking weeklies did you buy? Oh, you were in weeklies last week? When people say gap fill, does that indicate which direction? Yeah, there's a gap here to the downside on SPX. See where it's highlighted in that range? A little bit of volume on that too. Um, looking a little bit better. Consolidation here. What about that gap down at 3790, 3800? Could we see that fill this week, or is it too far? Maybe not until SLD. The gap down at is there a gap down at 3790? 3790 to 3780, you mean? It's possible. I don't think it's out of the question. Um Unlikely, given how we're pulling away from the trend and we've kind of triple bottomed on the resistance there, but I guess yeah, it's a little bit possible. We need a pretty big sell off. Yeah, maybe not until SLD. Alright, now I actually have some. I should have some data for SPX. Alright, so the gamma flip is at 38.72, which is why we got rejected so hard. Gamma's pretty flat to the downside. Nothing significant. And downside gamma for 0 DTs is pretty weak. So, I don't think the sell-off's gonna last long. It's probably being driven by futures. Futures is like right at resistance right now, so hopefully we start to see a little consolidation at least, maybe a shift in the trend. Fill that gap. There's not much left. Jesus Christ, they're fucking slamming Upstart hard. Fun. I carried over some next weeklies from last Friday. Oh, okay, that makes sense. BTU, good entry with the sell-off this morning. 25. Very nice opportunity for selling like $25 CSPs probably right here. Would have been a little bit better on this morning's low, but puts are like $1.16, which gives you a cost basis just below 20, just below 24, $1.20. So not awful. It could drop more if the market does, which might give you another opportunity. Yeah, Dow's slumping a little bit. I think they'd be more affected by that. Jesus fucking Christ. All the way back to the collar. I need to pick up some pets. Like, what the hell is this? Gamma 72. No, all the gamma's fairly positive. 38.25 has some open interest on the downside. But we're still pretty far away from that. That's really the only significant gamma. Negative gamma. 3800's got a decent amount, but we're super far. This is super oversold now. Alright. The collar's gone, but all the positioning around it may not be. Is Upstart a piece of shit? I mean, we're just coming down with the market dropping, so they're shorting into the downticks. It's hard to say. I mean, they definitely still have some short liquidity. Tesla's super dead. What is Tesla doing today? Tesla down 8%. Oh, on missed deliveries. Yes. I still don't, like, I still really don't want to fucking short it. Tons of liquidity unlocked on Tesla, by the way, in the last few weeks. That may kill its correlation with the volatility cycles that it used to have. People have been selling like very significant amounts of long shareholdings. And just like that, I've begun buying Upstart February calls. Nice. Gaps filled. Is the PMI data that bad? 46 versus 46.2. So met forecasts. Biggest contraction factor. It's May of 2020. Midweek client demand output fell at a solid pace as the quickest just over 2.5 years. Okay. So PMI data is pretty bad. Forgot about that this morning. Yeah, we might just continue to see sell-offs here. $38.25. Hold on, I'm seeing if I can close my... Do I have enough leverage? Okay. I think I might. Alright, Fubo. I have a short straddle, but or like the short side of my straddle. I don't know if I should close it here or not. Thinking about it. Picked up some 38.50 Jan 13s. Let's rip. Okay, that's not a bad strike. 40% growth in deliveries, 47% growth in production, 9% down. It's not great. It's the largest contraction in manufacturing since 2020. May of 2020. How's the Ivy looking like on Jimmy and Upstart today? Any big changes yet? No, nothing significant. It was up a little bit this morning, but not much. My New Year's resolution was to be a stock ad. Port up 0.1%. Sold everything. Happy New Year. That's a different take, Ben, but 0.1% at a time is not bad. I hope the day goes well for Pickle Jar Mate. Love the green and red contrast. Good luck to us all. Thanks, Bedhead. All right, futures are starting to turn around. Yeah, I think I'm gonna close. I'm gonna close the short side of this while it's up a tiny bit. PMI data was as forecasted. Yeah, it didn't exceed expectations. It's still bad. Uh, um, Still doing my April puts, so feeling well positioned for this week. Nice. Hey, look, a wild recession appears. Not just yet. Bithead, Bithead, dude, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Uh, guys, give Bithead a big shout out for hooking up everyone with Cornichon. Thank you so much, man. Is this gonna be where we turn around? 7 by 5. Not gonna fill in these, right? Okay. It's 60. Futures are pulling back up. The drop in oil's falling off. Jesus Christ, Nasdaq sold off really hard. Dow's still inching down. Russell's pulling back. Thank you so much, Bedhead. Everyone's a member now. If you guys want a free membership, just click the thing and it'll hook you up. Ben, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it, dude. D-Man, give Ben a shout out for hooking you up. If you haven't liked the stream, it should automatically skip you for a gift membership. Nah. Well, that doesn't make sense. Click the, like, notifications for the gifting and turn gifting on. You have to make sure you have it turned on. Like where it says, like, Bithead gifted. Yeah, click the present thing at the top of the chat. So 1.3 million ETF FTDs due on Upstart. 1.9 million. Down 2%. Crime. We'll see. Definitely sensitive to the index movement. If shift search down, I have no idea. I feel like we've bottomed out here. Can we sell off even more? Maybe. It's pretty fucking stinky if that's the case. We're not reacting to economic news. The economic news wasn't particularly good. S&P is fighting back a bit against the drop in oil today. Also, bonds are up. Was the first 35 minutes of trading today a metaphor for the giant rug pull to take place this year? Very well could be. Market not reacting to economic news. If you had just said, yeah, that's how it works on the like thing, you would have gotten way more than 100 extra likes for it. I suppose. I didn't I didn't really think about that. Just just like the stream, guys. Paul, thanks, Bithead. Thanks, Bithead. What would you consider a good cost basis on Upstart long term? I'm considering whether to wait a few months for a lower low. If you want to buy it as a long term investment, I would probably wait till uh around its next earnings, like quarter 4 earnings. Um, maybe quarter 1 also. I guess that depends on how much it continues to be shorted and if there's any short capitulation in the coming months. Obviously that could reprice it higher, but I would say that I don't expect good earnings for Q4, so that could be an opportunity to get in a bit lower. Why FTD down when we want FTD up? Market down? Easy to short into with very low volume. I mean, what is this, like 200,000 volume on this entire drop? Jesus Christ. Where are they getting the liquidity from for that? Is the borrow rate up? Jimmy getting more illiquid. Okay, so rejected off the upper trend. They're recovering FTDs today. We would expect to see liquidity getting worse, or better, rather. And it does not appear to be getting better just yet, so we'll see. Give it time. They can always put them through dark pools, too. Gift says block a report. How to redeem. You're already a member, man. You can't redeem it. When SPX 3870? Well, it was earlier. I don't know if it will be again today. We'll find out. Futures are holding at 3850, but they don't look super fucking great right now. We'll probably hold this level a little bit. There is some negative delta or negative gamma down at like 3825. I don't know if we're gonna hit it or not, but we could. I would say it looks like we're oversold. There's a good chance that we start to pull back, but we could consolidate a little lower. So I would say that we have, yeah, about $6, maybe 7 range to the downside here. 38, like 23, while it consolidates. And that's just gonna keep pulling everything else down too. I was told Upstart would be above 13 this year. Well, it was. The number of people in our stream is getting fewer and fewer. Yeah, yeah. That generally happens when we haven't had an OPEX run in a long time. Back in March, we were down to like 400 people, 400 to 600 people watching the stream every day before it ran. Paul, you're welcome, mate. It's good to see you all here in the stream. Have a cleanish, fun, and praise Lady VWAP. Clip clop. Where else can I say in this message? Oh, yes. I have a macchiato with 1 sugar, please. Interesting. Sugar in a macchiato? But the milk is sweet. That's the point. What's the lightning bolt thingy on my Upstart trading view chart? I think you mentioned it earlier. Oh, it's like news or something. It's like their news ticker. It's fucking annoying. And you turn it off and it doesn't auto save that you turned it off. Time to roll my Jans to Feb that I rolled from December. Nice. Probably should have done that like last week or the week before that. I'm still here. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Ryan. It's good to see a sighting of the famed toilet wine. Uh, not if you use human milk. Why would you? Where the fuck are you getting human milk? Is it? Read my Ko-Fi. Hold on. I'm still getting used to having 3 monitors. Happy New Year. According to my personal ethnic calendar, it is the year of the centaur. May we clop to runic glory. Oh, Jesus. Thanks, Chaku. 1 of 400. Thank you, Red Ranger. Opening 10 tabs now, watching your stream. Human milk is very sweet. I don't know why anyone's using human milk or why anyone knows what it tastes like. Where's the chat monitor relative to you now? It's this way. I I don't think I like it. I'm gonna have to make some adjustments because my stocks are here, and now I have. And before I had, it's cool because I can have both of my brokerages open at the same time without having to like flip between windows. You're not ignored, board gamer. You've never been ignored. Did they just use up that sliver of liquidity this morning to immediately short us back down? Yes. Yes, they fucking did. Um, they pretty much used up all of the liquidity that they got in the pre-market. Maybe the foreign markets got a little too bullish. So we tested 38.24. Should be a low, right? Wall mounted above your main monitor. Maybe. I don't know if there's any studs in this fucking wall. Yeah, it's too much turning. It's hard to like... I don't know. I'll have to figure it out. Maybe I'll just, for today, I'm just going to put this back where it goes. And pretend that monitor is not there. I prefer it like this. There we go. Philadelphia wife is due in 7 weeks. I'm prepared to guzzle human milk for the better part of 2023. That's for the baby, man. It's not for you. Do you know which expiry for GME calls has the most narrow spread? No. 2024, I'd imagine. Probably has the most OI. Oh, that's not good. Well, at least we left a gap, so maybe this is the last stop loss hunt. Fuck, I don't like that at all. Oh. Straddle. Hmm. I hedged on that? Happy New Year, Pickle Man. Did they just us up that sliver of liquidity? Oh, okay, answer that. Thanks, Chester. Light K, what's up, dude? If Upstart becomes a penny stock while you're traveling, does that mean it's a cent tour? Are you making a centaur pun? Oh, that's low. You'll need to turn the monitor off. No, I didn't need to turn it off. I just put everything back where I had it. The slide down into the new year is exciting and terrifying. I'm not particularly fond of it at the moment. Futures keep selling off on lower and lower volume, so that's really fun. There should be some support around here at like 38.40. Okay, average down again. Fucking oil lost another 100 BPS that fast. Jesus Christ. Is there oil news today that I'm not seeing here? Why are energy stocks getting hit so fucking hard? China demand and recession worries. Where the fuck would higher demand? We've been in a recession for a year already. Dollar's still moving up. Euro GBP down. Yen up. Okay. VIX at 23.16. Have a need to cover FTDs. Q danger zone and a perfectly timed windmill high five. Slowly realize I haven't taken Adderall for 6 days because of the shortage and I'm hallucinating. Cry deeply. Thanks, Toilet Wine. I'm sorry about your Adderall shortage. The market's been open for less than an hour, already turning to Centaur stuff. Yeah, that's, I mean, about the right time of day. I rather enjoyed the Centaur pun. I also appreciate those people who have the courage to go for the joke, even if it misses from time to time. Well, like Cave, Stefan loves it, so. Are you gonna put all your trading secrets on the other monitor so Stefan can't see them? It's a good idea. They're gonna call today Black New Year, aren't they? I don't think so. And this sell-off kind of sucks, but positioning still supports more upside. I'm not super concerned. It'd be nice to see some put capitulation now that we're below 38.25. That's where all of the negative gamma was. So that's now in the money. Should close out. I'm stopped out of my fucking short straddle now. The river runs dry. Shit penny stocks are looking slightly interesting again. I won't plug them here because the rugs were fierce last time. Yeah, the rugs are super fierce on the shitty illiquid penny stocks, but thanks for pointing that out, NW. I would like the less shitty stocks to run though, ideally. The member stream was fire. Thanks, Sads. I thought it was really good. The first load of Venezuelan oil is on its way to America. That's what changed. How much oil could that possibly be, though? Like a day's worth? 2 days worth? Europe needed a warm winter, or else they would have been fucked. Yeah, no polar vortex for the people betting on it. I'm really glad that I went with BP and not Boyle. Because BP has done okay. Like, it's been stable. It hasn't really gained a lot, but Boyle's just gotten murdered. Upstart green tick, bounce confirmed. Fire sale for 2023. We'll see. Not yet. It's still very early. I think we're seeing some of the put positioning getting picked up. That was trading around the collar on Friday. Futures look to be stabilizing here at 38.40, 38.45. Um, and SPX is starting to consolidate. So we found the level. It's just a little lower. So 38.22 instead of 38.23. But we should see some capitulation out of that 38.25 gamma level, which was really the only super negative level on the chain. And we may have seen that here on these two candles from the low. What's up, my good bean? Oh yeah, I forgot that you're fucking stuck in Boyle right now. Venezuela produces between 600 and 700k barrels per day, but they're not all coming here. Do you know how many barrels of oil the U.S. uses a day? I'm not talking about boy oil. I'm talking. Oh, never. It's called Boyle. It's an ETF. I'm up 65% on my Boyle CCs. Yeah, but how far are you down on your shares? Yeah, Stefan is primal stuff on the Discord. It's not boy. God damn it. Have you picked up any recession-proof new stocks again? No. I sold some CSPs on BTU today. About 20-ish million barrels a day are used in the US, if I remember correctly. Yeah. It's something like that's pretty high. Venezuela definitely doesn't satisfy our oil consumption. My New Year's resolution is to make money on Upstart. Did it work yet? No. Well, I don't know. Maybe you did. Did you buy it at $11? I got a fill on some Upstart $13 CSPs for next Friday. Oh, nice. If you cross the bridge, you must pay the boy oil. Wait, what? Like, are you making like an always always sunny reference? Thanks for getting everyone to go over all the fun stuff every weekend. Yeah, no problem, Mr. Flex. Thanks, man. 30% down on shares. We'll be working this boil play for a bit. Yeah, it sounds like it. You better hope fucking Europe freezes over in the next few weeks. $1 premium. On what? Oh, you're playing cold also? So are you doing like 60-40 on like cold boil? Lost 20 bucks on one option today. Decided I'm still bad at this. Then bought 4 shares of GMA. GMA's pretty cheap today. Back under 18. I'm calculating Michael Burry's favorite ratio, EV EBITDA. Which EV do we use? Yearly or quarterly? And which EBITDA do we use? 12 months trailing, quarterly, or yearly? You would compare like the quarterly to the quarterly and yearly to yearly. I mean, it's like CSP is on cold. Oh, okay. Gotta hate stocks. These stocks? Yeah. Some days. Michael Burry likes Ibiza. I don't know. Maybe. So it's 10:32. Hmm. Another update on SPX now. Okay, so the call site weakened a little bit there. A lot more puts came in at 38.20 on the 0 DTE, but those look to be closing out now. This is 4 minutes ago. Okay. Still a shitload of call OI at 38.50, 38.30. So I think if we move back up above 38.30, it looks really good for us to retest the gamma flip point, which is now a little lower. I'm never gonna be able to get out of these 38.70 fucking calls. Um Is SPX finding support here, and are we turning around? It may be. There's still a little bit of leverage to the downside, but not much. We want to see 38.25 sold off, but 38.20 hasn't. And I'm worried we get like stair step down to 3800 here. If they're gonna start buying zero DTs at the money on the put side and keep driving the price down, we could end up with like what we kept seeing last week when we were going above the collar. I really like how we brought up how a port should be a mix of long-term stuff and income producing. How much, in your opinion, of your port should be degen gambles? Oh, very little. Yeah, like 5, maybe 10%. It depends on how degenerate they are. But you probably shouldn't be gambling with money that you're not going to make back quickly. We're just chopping at the same level on SPX that we were almost all day last Friday. We're a little higher than that, but yeah. Why is Fubo 50C for 2024 worth like 50 cents a few months ago and now are like 3 cents? IV's fallen off really hard on them. They're just very IV sensitive. Yeah, if IV goes back up, the price will go back up. If XRT is the leading indicator, then we've probably bottomed. I don't think XRT has that many FTDs, so I don't know. I don't know how much of an effect XRT is going to have today, at least in relation to the ETF FTDs that are due. Weekend stream made me rethink all my life choices. Good. So you're saying I shouldn't have full ported my IRA into Rev? Why didn't you tell me this before? I definitely said that when people were like talking about full porting their fucking IRAs into Rev. I was like, hey, you're gonna maybe lose everything you put into this. And then people were like, you're silly, Pickle Man. This is a short squeeze. I thought you were being sarcastic. No, I wasn't. That's why I kept repeating it. Since enterprise value doesn't necessarily change much from yearly to quarterly, and EBITDA most definitely changes yearly to quarterly, doesn't that skew quarterly calculations of EV/EBITDA? Yes. If you ask me one more fucking ratio earnings question that you can easily answer by Googling, Stefan, I'm gonna throttle you. Digitally. I don't know how I'll do that. Just continuously time. Where's Carl? Do you see what Stefan's doing to me, Carl? I'm not even awake yet. Thank you. God. Carl's got it. I got my March Jimmy upstart calls with a 2% loss with stops. Stock master. That's a really tight stop loss for calls with that much theta. Carl gifted me a timeout for New Year's. Best present ever. He's a really nice guy. How deep on the spectrum is Stefan? Off the charts. Literally the other end of the rainbow. He is the pot of gold. Isn't there some guy you banned for being too degen? I don't think so. I banned that guy who kept ranting about Nicola. Makes sense, Snake Whips. I'm just letting you know, if you set a 2% loss on far dated options, you're gonna get stopped out almost every time. So what economic data did the market overreact to this morning? PMI. The final PMI print from December. Which came in at the expected levels. Maybe they were just hoping for a beat. I think most of this is repositioning though. There's still a lot of leftover short positioning from the straddle or the collar rather. So we'll see if that starts to fall off now into the midday. It's looking a little better. We're starting to recover. We still want to move above 38.30 though to really push into where like the long side positioning is strongest. If you haven't banned me yet, then no. Yeah, Popcorn Trader's still here. How could I ban someone for being too degen? Do you guys remember Cock Magic? That fucking dude was YOLOing like $500,000 on spreads he didn't understand. That shit was crazy. In your opinion, is Junior or Upstart a more attractive CSP security? What do you find compelling with either? GME has higher IV. There's probably less risk in the near term, especially with their push to drive like near term profits. So I would say GME is probably a more attractive CSP security. Although I think the delta skew on Upstart's still maybe a little more favorable. I've been selling a lot more CSPs on Upstart than GME, but I also have a much smaller position there, right? Watching you from Europe, not sure if this makes you a poor now, but I still obviously have my ZOM. Hashtag ZOM130. Maybe this spring? Into end of winter, early spring? Linux's YOLO is not looking good. What did Linux YOLO? I wasn't around for that. We're starting to get a little bit of long build up, and futures are looking a bit better. Still same thing. I want to see a move above like 38.50 on those. So 38.30 for minis, 38.50 or 38.30 SPX, 38.50 on minis. Fuck, I'm tired today. We owed 13K of paper money this AM. Nice. Meet Kevin has his own failing ETF. PP? What's stopping you from opening an ETF? Apart from inclination and hassle, it's expensive. It's an expensive process. Um, I don't know if the payoff's worth it. I'd rather just open like a fund or manage like if I was gonna do something like that, I would just manage like private equity or open a fund or something. I just want to say that a lot of this financial stuff is not easily Googleable. It's stunning how much financial misinformation on highly ranked reputable websites exists. Yeah, you're not. It's not inaccurate. There's a lot of really bad information out there. YouTube's definitely the worst source of it. Usually Investopedia is reliably correct. About $25 weeklies? Who did? Linux? For this week? 25? Oh. Uh. But XRT's not on Reg Show anymore. If I open an ETF, I'm going to call it liquidity, and I'm just going to buy every over shorted stock in the market and lend all the shares out. I'm going to call it squirt. And then we'll have an opposite ETF called squart where people can YOLO on the baskets running. That was promised a baby. Who's baby? I know, trash. They're the worst. Like our recent test, low at 16.98 before we see the deferred settlement on the 12th. I don't know if we'll drop back into the $16 range. We might though. It's definitely a possibility. Lick and squart. Lick sells CCs to squart. Interesting. How safe would you consider 10 DTE CCs on Fubo as opposed to the more volatile stocks? I mean, Fubo's got pretty high volatility too, but not. Uh, I mean, you could. They're not worth anything. That's mostly the problem with them. If you create an ETF, I'll dump 5 figures into it, and I'm one of the most financially unsuccessful people in here. Thanks, Bravo Delta. I like the confidence. I don't want to. You just get management fees. ETFs suck. Here's what. Well, no. So what Squirt does is every quarter on its rebalance, it recalls all its shares to balance its NAV. And then Squirt just holds all the stocks that Squirt loans out. So when Squirt rebalances, Squirt rips. Squirt squirts. Veteran for the Battle for 18 checking in. Oh man, that was a different number last year. Or the year before. Oh Jesus, the year before last now. I've been doing this too long. Big money will pay you side money to help manipulate. I mean push sale buys out to lit at specific generic times. Is that how that works? ETF can be a massive lead generation mechanism by virtue of having your own trendy, funny named ETFs. People research them, find you and your content. Dude, I think you're wildly misconstruing the amount of money made from operating a successful ETF versus YouTube. If you think I'm gonna run an ETF and stream every day, you're out of your mind. Quart and quart. Does the possible deferment of the GME obligations also apply to Upstart? Yes. Do we need any other kind of catalyst to kick Upstart off? I mean, it should be built in at this point. So, no. Although, some announcement about the share buyback would be pretty epic. Yeah, but Meet Kevin's like a tool, right? Is he crushing it? I thought your ETF manager friend did nothing all day. Yeah, exactly. He's not an ETF manager. Like, he doesn't own the ETF. He just is the only person running it. How in the money do you go with CSPs when GME starts to run? Couple bucks. I usually don't take that much risk on that side. I'm picturing you on a stage with Kathy Wood ripping huge vape hits while she's trying to convince you Bitcoin's going to 150K. I've seen Meet Kevin's videos now, after 2 years, and all of them are the same thing. They're like, hey guys, I made a bunch of money in real estate, and you can too by being like me. And then that's it. But there's no description of how he made money. He's making bank off people watching his shitty videos. They're just like, it's it's just clickbait bullshit. I don't want to be like that. That sounds awful. I don't have that energy or patience to deal with that shit. Here comes the rounded bottom breakout. I don't know. It looks like we're gonna sell off a little more again. Or just more consolidation, which is even worse. Real estate bros on YouTube are insufferable. Yeah. Most things on YouTube are pretty insufferable. It's called a grift. But I don't even know, like, it's not even a grift at that point. He's not selling anything. Like, maybe his ETF, but, like, does he have, like, some course or something? It's just meaningless, like, bland content. You can do it too. Just over leverage on free debt and buy an appreciating asset. Yeah, I know. It's not hard. This channel is a clickbait bullshit. I come in here thinking I'm going to learn about stocks, and I just fall in love with being belittled and mocked for having low T. Well, I mean, yeah, that. Sorry, Carl. At least offer some merch, novice YouTuber. Of course he has a course. It's the most cringe stuff you've ever seen. I believe it. We find ourselves in an ascending channel. Sure. I think that should be the first sign that you're being lied to or ripped off. If someone's selling you like a how-to stock course, they're just full of shit. You reckon Jimmy will drift down some more over the days until the 12th or 18th? That's possible, yeah. We're getting pretty fucking illiquid again though. I don't know how much gas they have in the tank. They might have to hit the borrow rate again. But if they do, if they start hitting the lending pool pretty hard again, then we'll probably get shorted down, like maybe back to the low. Can come on. So slow. Where's this breakdown? Here? This would be a good point. As 38.20s are out of the money. 38.25s are gone. I don't think we have an update for OI yet. No. No, it's not fucking MOASS. Thanks, Carl. Are you gonna create a Meet Kevin? Pull a Meet Kevin, create a hedge fund, and ask us all to invest in it? If I created a hedge fund, I would ask very few people to invest in it. What's the standard protocol for when you're taking a plotkin and an earthquake strikes? Pinch it off and run out of your building, and then finish outside. Buying Feb 17th 3900 calls. Chasing with them 4 legs you got. Those actually don't sound that bad. Does something weird happen with VIX options at the year rollover? Might have updated their basis and say they were purchased on 12/30/22 in ATP, even though I've been holding them for a while. I have no idea. Call Fidelity. Find out. Can we start referring to Adam Aaron as Aaron? Sure. When we get the hat merch up and running, can we do different hat colors? We'd make a killing on Piggle drawing shirts. I don't know. Ooh. Oh, we're back at 30 at 30. Hold on. I like this. All right, now we can start. If we can hold this and push up a little more, we can start to push into that call side momentum, or well, call side positioning. How about hiring a couple devs for your hedge fund? Well, there wasn't an earthquake, but I just did that anyway. It's good practice, Dork. Did you already tell us your New Year's resolution? I didn't have one. DM me for Zimple Securities training course. You get a copy of ZZ for only $1,000 and access to all the online courses. Disclaimer: none of this is real, and you're just giving me $1,000. I know a guy who did like the warrior trading course, and he was so cocky after he got out of it. He's like, ah, man, like you always pretend like what you do every day is so hard. He's like, this shit is super easy. I've been watching this guy make money for weeks now, and I think I know everything there is. And they immediately lost like $450,000, and I think later on then lost his house due to not paying his HELOC loan. So that was funny. You should just write a book with all your home good and food suggestions. I think it'd be like 1,000 pages. Maybe. See, that's something I could get into. I don't want to write a book about stocks, though. Why did DFE and Dork have the same voice? No comment. Adjusted for the split, what's the best low price of GME gotten in 2022? Wasn't it like 16? Yeah, it was a few days ago. It wasn't I mean, you don't have to say 2022. It was just like the last week. I think we hit like the like 1690 range, right around there. Mercer offer VWAP hat, a few thousand degens buy it. Cardi B gets wind, sues for cease and desist. Hashtag made it. I mean, the channel would be huge if that happened. Wasn't that the guy whose house you bought? No, no, he's actually just rich. He can afford to be a well, he can afford his gambling addiction. He bought into some shit. I don't remember what it was. It was like some fucking awful penny stock. And he kept just buying more and more and more. And then it went down like 500% in 2 days. Why doesn't Warrior Trading Guy just trade futures? I think he trades like pre-market micro caps, and then he puts a stream on a delay. So I'm pretty sure he just like buys shit, and then his audience buys it like 30 seconds later, and it drives the price up. Or like his not audience, his students. I got a rice cooker for Christmas ish. It's not Zojirushi, it's the Korean one. I forget what it's called now. I haven't opened it yet. It's not fancy. I think it has like a like the fuzzy logic one. Cuckoo, that's it. Thanks, Cornup. He trades gaps and front runs his audience. I haven't seen a lot of his stuff, but that's what it looked like from what little I saw. If you take out a HELOC loan and you don't have a plan for safe dividends for out of the money CSPs to generate at least your monthly payment, you're insane. Yeah, well, I think he just got like kept losing and was panicking, right? And then doubled down and lost all of it. This channel would be huge if Kathy Wood, Ross Gerber, and Charlie Munger admit they're pigeon whales. It's not an air fryer for rice, it's a rice cooker. It has no fan. Reject 3840. Maybe some long side sell off there. I don't think it's a very strong rejection. I think it actually looks still look pretty good to keep moving up. Maybe a pullback to like 3830 or 3825. The hedge is a little more like favorable around this level though. Still don't have an update for like 4 more minutes. I worked for a company that did a similar thing with microcaps. You can see the surge in traffic from buy-ins and eventually were fined by the SEC for a few million. That's yeah, SEC actions on stuff like that are far more common. It doesn't work on like it doesn't work on most things. So what the stocks he does it on are all like micro caps. Like they have super tiny floats. And he does it in pre-market where his buy-ins can affect price action, right? How did the laptop gifts go down? Did you end up finding what you wanted on such short notice? Yeah. Yeah, I got I got the lab. I don't even fucking remember what model they were now. I said it the day after I bought them, but I don't remember what I got. Nah, I haven't. Gilgamesh. Might as well be an air fryer. What's wrong with boiling rice on a stove? It doesn't make it as good. I mean, I guess you could. Do you think RP is planning anything for his RevRQ shares? Does he still remember that he has them? I don't know. We'll find out. I think Revlon right now, it's just either it gets one of the offers comes in and it gets bought out, or they move forward with the creditor plan and destroy shareholder equity. So I'm sure RP would prefer a buyout. Why do you dislike Apple products so much? Because they just keep making the same shit over and over again with slightly better cameras. The M1 and M2 chip are fairly impressive, but I don't know if they're worth the cost. I also am averse to anything with like a cult following, generally speaking. The trick with rice is to fluff it with a fork and put it into a sheet pan with parchment paper, stick it in the fridge, open for an hour or two, and then move to a container. Use the next day. For like fried rice? That's what you do if you're making fried rice. Jesus fucking Christ, I remember Ape Andy. I still don't know who that was. Apple products lock you into their idea of what the user experience should be, and I'm not a fan of their experience. I don't like the lack of customability or lack of customization options. Not that Windows is all that fucking great. Tesla about to hit a 52-week low, boys. It's getting there. Thanks, Mad. iPhone is a work tool for me mostly. I don't want it to be customized. I want it to work 100% of the time. Man, I have an Android phone and it works whenever I pick it up. So, I'm okay with that. The secret to cooking rice is to buy a rice cooker. I mean, I didn't buy the rice cooker, but I have one now. Sometimes you want to send someone a video. I've never had an issue with that. I'm starting resisting this SPX turnaround. Well, the SPX turnaround just failed super hard. Although maybe it needed to. Yeah, back up. Bonds are moving. Fucking Russell's still green on the day. What the hell? Yeah, it looks like futures are selling off all the way back to the 3840 level. SPX is actually holding up a little bit better. Are we headed to 3800 due to the 0 DTE puts? I don't think so. Um, One second. Yeah, there's still not. There's 0 DTE puts at 3820, but below that it's pretty weak. Um, there's some resistance at 3835. But 3830 and higher are pretty fucking bullish. This could be a long side sell off. Maybe some of the 0 DTs at 3830 selling off as they went into the money. Farther dated, it still looks pretty bullish. 30 below 3825's like a bit of a drag, but not there isn't a ton of delta or gamma in that range. But yeah, 3835 is a little skewed. 3845 too. I don't know if that's just defending like the 30 like the gamma flip point, but I would say that this is like a 0 DTE sell off on the long side, and then I don't know, maybe we can actually get some long side build up now. that we finally pulled back. That's kind of like a breakdown of the bear flag, right? And now the gap from Friday is filled. Is that Friday? Yeah. They're not failures, they're learning experiences. That's a nice way of putting it. I need to watch football, but did you hear about what happened to Damar Hamlin last night? That's the guy who got like speared in the chest and his heart stopped, right? I buy both. I have puts on SPX right now at 38.20. We're seeing covering on this? Why isn't this dropping now? Hmm. Alright. Usually I'm buying 0 DT calls against the overnight straddles that I'm carrying. Or at least that's what I've been doing. Not speared. Made a tackle, landed on top of the other player's helmet with his chest. Wasn't he wearing a chest pad? Vitals normal, but he's not breathing on his own. That's fucking nuts. Commotio cordis is a very rare event. Impact on the heart that hits the wrong cycle of the heart rhythm. Oh, okay. That sucks. Position management 2023. Sold upstart CSPs, bought long calls with the premiums. I like this less degen approach. That's pretty much how I've been buying all my upstart calls. Although the skew is starting to correct slowly. So getting the additional leverage on the call side's not as good as it was. I really don't like that. Oh. Buy more 3,800 puts? It just seems so risky. Alright, so... Yeah, it looks like some 3830 sold off. Quite a lot of them, actually. Bunch of Jan 24 240 puts sold on Upstart. Well, you assume they're sold. I'm new here. Any SPX OI updates I might have missed? No, I mean, Gamma on SPX is really flat anyway, but it's roughly like negative below 3830, positive above, but some of the 3830 just sold off, so I don't know how much pressure we have at 3830 now on the call side. I think a lot of that was zero DTEs, so now that those have taken profits, I guess we'll see if we get some more alongside build up. I would say with the recovery here, it looks like we're going to consolidate. Probably nothing interesting until later in the afternoon. Or at least not a lot of volatility. I think we have like a 3-month bill auction coming up at 11:30. 3 and 6 month auctions. The hedgies took down shift search because they don't want us to know they're preparing for MOASS. I don't think so. Big tech like Fang selling off hard. I wonder if we see any S4s from today. Maybe, I don't know. Nasdaq's down like 100 BPS today. Russell was the last one that was holding any decent value, and it's down too. Dollar's up, bonds are up. Gold and silver have pulled back a lot of their gains. Oil's down pretty hard, 200 BPS. Some of this could be like fears of China reopening, and possibly driving inflation back up. The euro's down a lot today. It was pretty stable last night too. I'm not sure why it's down so much. Did you hear Tupac was found alive in the Cayman Islands? No. Yeah, it would also be applicable to Upstart. Raysolia. He started a GoFundMe a few years ago to buy toys for his home community. Goal was 2.5K. Before yesterday, the amount sat at 10K, but after yesterday, it reached 3.6 million. Pretty cool. That's neat. If this bad boy goes any lower, I might snag some shares. Which one? Upstart's performing a little bit better than the rest. I'd imagine due to the high FTDs today, but they're all they all just kind of look like shit. GME had 1 million, but I don't think it traded anywhere near that into market open. Or maybe we'll get some volume later in the day with CNS. I'd say disprove it, but you can't because they took down Shift Search. I'm sure it's not down so the hedgies can hide MOASS, Popcorn Trader. Thanks to the New Year stream. That video was really helpful. You kept mentioning a catalyst would kick things off for Upstart. What's an example of that catalyst? Well, there's a few. I mean, Upstart has a fairly decent amount of institutional buying going on right now. And accumulation's been occurring kind of since just before earnings. And a decent amount afterwards as well. There's their share buyback. And there's also, a significant amount of illiquidity that will have to be resolved at some point. So I think there's a few catalysts there. That's some crazy, unprecedented injury in a sport where injuries happen all the time. Yeah, that's nuts. I asked a while back and you're about a week in your new chair. Now it's been longer. Was it worth the money? I think so. I don't know. My back doesn't my back's not bothering me anymore. So whatever the other chair was doing wrong, this one's doing right. Do you see us having a sustained run in 2023 for a stretch? It seems like a dream having multiple green days anymore. I don't think it's a dream. I think if we do see one though, it's probably going to precede earnings season going into the end of this month and beginning of next. I don't think earnings season is going to be particularly bullish. I don't get why you don't short Tesla. Wait, maybe I do. I sold calls on it. Naked, they're naked, but I sold them. Not really shorting it, but I also didn't want to really short it. I think it's very oversold. And I think it's getting hammered with bad news so the shorts can close. Reposition and then move it lower. CSPs on Tesla right now? Probably not bad if you can get it close to under, if it gets close to 100 again, then under 100 probably isn't awful. But I'd want to give myself some wiggle room. I probably wouldn't want to sell CSPs. 95's kind of risky. But I definitely wouldn't want to sell them. Yeah, I probably wouldn't want to sell them above 95. More like 90. I wouldn't want to be assigned on them. I think over the next couple quarters, Tesla's gonna keep dropping. So I wouldn't want to pick up shares of it. Are we talking about Jeremy Renner playing a game with a snowplow? I don't think Tupac was the first on the scene with the tourniquet. Yeah, I heard about that. He ran himself over with his own snowplow. Is that what happened? This is why I live in a city. I'd much rather my death be
stabbed by crackhead on the subway than run over by my own snowplow. You don't put it in park and you go out and walk in front of it? I don't fucking know. I honestly don't know how you get run over by your own snowplow. Rich people problems. What do you think about Amazon's upside with regards to their AWS outlook? I've been selling CSPs against Amazon for a little while now, a couple weeks. If I get assigned on them, awesome. If I don't, I'm also okay with that. But yeah, AWS generates a lot of revenue. You think it's low, but the PE is still high. Oh, I think Tesla's gonna go down to like probably the 60s, maybe lower before the end of this year. I know the PE is still fucking ridiculous. But I think there's some stability around the $100 range that allows for some profits to get picked up on some shorter dated CSPs. And since puts are really expensive on Tesla right now, it's pretty advantageous. Is that correction? The delta skew assigned to the position flipping on Upstart. It could be. As the market maker moves the hedge more and more to the long side. It was for Bobby. I just bought 10 Jan 2420 on Upstart. Did I tank the price? I don't think so. Some volume came in there though. Tesla's market cap is still massive compared to their revenue and profits. Yeah, Tesla's still super overvalued. I sold off my position in Tesla. So was it like is it a couple weeks ago now? I sold in the money CCs like 150 after the split, and then right after I closed those out, Schwab made me sell off my Tesla in order to cover SPX contracts that I forgot to sell that were in the money. Looking forward to the update from Trash on his date. How was New Year's with the cat that gave you the cat girl that gave you COVID? What? The cat girl didn't give me COVID. Yeah, just because I want to say this early this year before people get carried away, thinking they're buying shit cheap. Just because something's at its 52-week low doesn't mean it won't go lower. How's AMD looking today? I'll just start picking up something on that. Just a little bit below. So 62. So maybe I'll wait till tomorrow. Huh. delta neutral on SPX is around 40.15 right now. Gamma neutral is at 40.55. Interesting. So I'm not really getting a lot more calls coming in. Awesome. Thoughts on Jan 2021 OPEX being Jan 18 through 20 plus holiday deferrals, and this year's OPEX being Jan 23 through 25. Will that extra few days gap between deferrals and OPEX hurt us? It could, yeah. Uh, depending on, well, first off, depending on if we run, and then how hard we run. If enough of those calls go in the money, then obviously, we can get that kind of feedback loop in the market maker hedging. But if they don't, then yeah, I would say that it would possibly ruin any potential for actual OPEX to occur. They burned 1.9 million FTDs to the downside. Sad. That's not how that should work. That can't be right. What can't be right, OG? All right. This has got to be the bottom, right? I'm gonna close my straddle. Is it? Are we gonna hit 38? I wish we could get some fucking volume on SPX once in a while. I would have expected us to see a lot more volume today than we're seeing. Okay. So futures do look like they've stabilized at 38.30 once again, which has been kind of a resistance for a while here. Jesus. That's why it's just been weeks of trading in this same fucking range because of the stupid collar. We're touching 38.02 today. Haven't we already? No. Maybe. Yeah. I'm not. I could see it. I need to put a stop on my straddle at least, though. Because I have a feeling that if we see the put side capitulate here, we're going to move kind of hard. So I want to at least get like some stops in place. It sucks though, because I wanted to buy 3,800 puts. There wasn't really a good entry opportunity. I guess I could have bought them this morning. I wasn't really thinking about it though. So now I'm like a little underexposed to the downside here. They can satisfy ETF FTDs with shares from another ETF. Our FTDs numbers in aggregate saying like 1 million FTDs on X date and then 500k FTDs the next day means 500,000 were closed, which would make far less FTDs due by the reg deadlines. Yes, it would. And yes, they are. They're a cumulative total. But The answer to that is like if you see large numbers of FTDs marked long without supporting volume. So you see like a spike in FTDs, right? And the next day they zero out. But the volume on this date doesn't support clearing of the FTDs, inferring that those FTDs were then marked long. And that's how you get, FTDs that drag out further. Today is hot garbage. It's really not very fun. I just average on my call side, so yeah, we'll probably go lower. Yeah, I just rolled down my 3870s to 3850. I still have the 3820 calls. Half of them though. So, and then I think I have zero DTEs at 3870 and 3890. With Fubo obtaining Bailey sorts, but also losing AMC, BBC, and WE, in your own personal opinion, do you find this bullish, bearish, or mainly neutral? I think the effect is probably neutral. They didn't have exclusive rights with any of those three, but I believe their rights with Bally is exclusive. Can we start the year over? Why? No? The more they focus on sports programming, the less they focus on alternative programming, AMC, BBC, the better. I think the more they focus on obtaining exclusive broadcasting rights, the better. Because that improves their enterprise valuation. I think the video breaks 141. I mean, with the way today's going, it's definitely possible. I don't know if you caught on to that, Sisyphus, but I'm looking to take profits off of Nvidia and FSLR today. Some on my nearer dated puts. And then I'm probably gonna use that to average down the farther dated ones if we see a bounce. Uh maybe like as we approach SLD, I'll start to average down the farther dated puts with the profits. I matched year-to-date losses in the last 2 hours. Congratulations. I'm behind now. I just started talking about a rice cooker. What trades should I make so they print in the future when I catch up? How far behind are you? Can you catch the drop on SPX, Carl? It's exclusively with Diamond? Wait, what is? Did you say anything before that? I read that, but then we jumped more, and all of my puts are for March, so I'm not sure. Oh, you don't have anything nearer dated or closer to the money? Bally's wouldn't be exclusive, but for the last few years, the only way to watch Bally's is on DirecTV or a cable subscription. It's pretty big for viewers who lost their regional sports. Okay. I don't really know that much about Bally's. Is it like it's like college sports, right? If I pause the stream, will that stop GME from going down? Probably not. Local professional sports. Oh, okay. Remind me again what selling in the money puts is used for outside of taking a long position. Large amounts of credit generally used to fund positions that require large amounts of credit. Check the abs. What do you got? Oh god. That's my worst nightmare. To end up in like a paternity test situation on daytime TV. Bally's used to be Fox Sports. Oh, okay. Yeah, trimmed and have a handful of contracts out at 100 for March only, up about 50% on the position. Might trim more in case this drop is an opportunity for longs to reposition into this week. Yeah, I would be cautious of potential upside. Nvidia is getting a little bit oversold, but as long as the SPX keeps dropping, you're fairly safe. This push is brutal. Yeah, it is. It's really boring too and slow. I'm like a little over leveraged to the long side too, so the straddle's like barely keeping me even. Girk doesn't need to worry about paternity stuff. The toxoplasmosis he got from his neighbor made him sterile. Ugh, my spy zero GTE calls. Oh yeah, yeah, this is a bad day for those. So far. That can change a lot. Have you seen the videos oversold? Oversold compared to what? I'm not comparing it to anything. I'm not saying it's oversold in comparison to another security. I'm saying it's oversold. Heavy short into the new year actually feels kind of bullish. I feel like we're seeing a lot of repositioning today. Or we're seeing like, the 3820s and 3835s and 3825s getting closed out. But who knows how many of those puts they're going to try to get in the money to close out before, they reposition for more upside. I'm surprised they were able to reverse the price. Like, I'm surprised the price action from this morning reversed, honestly. I don't think PMI data was sufficiently bearish. How much more ouchie down gas do they have on Upstart? It seems like they are grasping at Dan's. I mean, Historically, about as liquid as it's ever been. I guess, I mean, they can push it a little bit further. They got some liquidity back on like IWR over the last couple days. That hasn't really been used, but it's also, that's not getting more illiquid today, or at least it isn't yet. Bots is basically tapped out. Bots is at almost, well, it's lower than it's been since like December, November. It's lower than it's been since November of 2021. Upstart's more liquid than it's been since that period of time too. Is VIX cooling? Not sufficiently. The next downside gap on SPX, 3780 3780 to 3783 to 37, what is that? 3800. So 3783 to 3800 is the gap. We could probably see it on here on the 5-minute. There it is. 3786 to 3800. VIX is doing the opposite of cooling. Really? It doesn't look particularly, it doesn't look like it particularly has a lot of momentum going for it. It just keeps spiking and then running back down. Although it might be picking up some momentum here. What time frame is that? It's pretty choppy. It's been roughly the same range all day. Yeah, Dixie's being volatile. What's the procedure if an ETF blows up? They generally have to settle out everything with their shareholders. Bally's Casino obtained naming rights from Fox Sports a couple years ago. People suspected that they were heading for a sports bet angle. Maybe that's where Fubo is heading with them. Possibly, yeah. I mean, Fubo has the ability to add that to their platform, right, or integrate it. You think having extremely low standards on locates for shorts market-wide is a way to clamp down on inflation via taking cash liquidity out of the economy on a macro level? Mm, sure. I don't really think it's a way to clamp down on inflation. Like, I don't think that's an intention, but it may be an effect. A very minor one, though. What's the biggest lesson you learned in 2022? Don't put $100,000 in Revlon. I think that was the biggest one. In the spirit of the New Year's discussion, reducing risk, can we take a look at long dated vertical call spreads on Upstart? Sure. You, I mean, I kind of like horizontal spreads better, but what did you have like a specific spread in mind? I mean, since nothing's happening right now, interesting. We could go over it. I don't particularly love verticals on Upstart, but they're okay. Haven't you lost enough money on spreads? I don't mean that as an insult, but I worry that you get very caught up in them. How far dated are you talking? Credit or debit? You have a great long term view of the company, right? I do, but I think they'll drop lower into the first half of this year. Like I think there's opportunity to play the upside in the short term, but I think through the first half of this year you can buy it for cheaper. There's been no realization or significant realization of liquidity on GME yet, so that's why it keeps driving lower. Renew. There's synthetic liquidity every day. They never run out of it. It's infinite, right? Um, but eventually they have to settle the synthetic liquidity that they've already used. I haven't lost any money on properly planned calendar spreads. I've lost money on short-term credit spreads. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I prefer something with a little more volatility exposure. Like, do they have those on here? I never used this. There we go. Something like this. where, you know, increases in implied volatility are very significant in the outcome. I don't know if I'd go Jan 24, Jan 25, but maybe like uh, April and Jan 24. Uh, Actually, that one's not that great. Maybe this is a little better. Yeah, I don't hate the calendar spreads just because they're a little more exposed to increases in volatility. So if we do get a run, you know, you can get a pretty decent profit off them for very low upfront cost. Um like bull put spreads, I guess they're fine. Um but I don't like waiting for the theta decay. And these lose out to increases implied volatility, right? So you're really betting on just the theta decay. For the debit spreads, those aren't so bad. I don't mind the debit spreads. Is that, yeah, is that what you're talking about? How was your New Year's Eve? It was alright. Went out and did some stuff. It was pretty fun. Given the discussion on the hot tub yesterday, do you suppose the systemic synthetic liquidity used to maintain market efficiency breaks OBV as an indicator? Yes, dark pools do too. As does end of day settlement. So yeah, OBV is kind of a shit indicator anyway. You just read my message about me catching up. I'm still behind. There's a ton of opportunities where the premium difference is like 0.25 or less with strikes that are $5 apart. 25 and 30, 30, 35. We'd be looking for anything that would go in the money. Hmm. And then just profit off extrinsic value? Yeah, vertical debit call. Okay. I like the vertical debit call spreads. I don't see anything wrong with those. Those I'd probably go out like Jan 24 though. You lose a little bit to the implied volatility increase, which is kind of rough. Maybe this one's a little less. No, that's gonna be worse. I don't like Feb. June maybe. Yeah, June's not so bad. Yeah, I like the in the money or the out of the money like so called like this. The June 16. This one I like quite a bit. This is way less sensitive to the increase in implied volatility. $43 debit per position. So the Jans are tricky because the Vega is so high. Right? So when IV bumps, you're gonna lose some value there on the IV, at least if it bumps in the near term, right? Like increases in IV are not great for these farther dated positions because their Vega is so high. So you don't want to go too far out. Calendar spreads are better for capitalizing on the increase in implied volatility than vertical spreads. Like the horizontal spreads are going to be more beneficial. You could do like a diagonal. That's going to profit off increases in implied volatility too. Not as much, I don't think, as the vertical. Or the calendar. And the upfront debit cost isn't that bad if you're, selling like selling a 20, or you sell to open the, oh, you can't edit it in here. Sell to open the 2030. Sell to open 20. 30C. Like that's very low debit. Sell to open Jan $20 call. Buy Jan 25 30C. The sensitivity to implied volatility there is phenomenal in the near term. This is priced out right now 80%, so you figure like 120. This is great. That's profitable, like all the way up to like $44. You have a shitload of time on it. Oh, sorry. This one? So it'd be sell to open Jan 20C, Jan 2024C, buy to open the 1/17/2025. It looks shitty in the near term, right? With profitability improving as you move towards expiration. But like its sensitivity to implied volatility is insane. Like a 40% move in implied volatility puts you at like 200% profit. More the long and more the longer out it takes, right? Yeah, is this piece of shit finally turning around? What's the correct terminology for the opposite of a leap? Well, there is no opposite of a leap. You'd have to buy an option from the past. Pastlies? I don't know. Yay, we're all doing vertical call spreads, not debit spreads now? No. Well, I'm not. Alternatively, Drake, you can just go synthetic long and you can get, I think you can get better like long, no, not long combo, just long future. Um, so if you go Jan 25 and you sell like $15 put, your net credits 390. So I think you can buy, you can almost 2-to-1. Well, if you went, let's say you go 22, 25, 2250. Yeah, so you could get two. And then these do amazingly well with increases in implied volatility, right? Because you're 2-to-1 leverage against the in the money put. Obviously, you take on some assignment risk here, right? But I mean, you could even go like 20, and I think you can 3-to-1 the leverage. Which means basically like even at like $14, this position is a 350% profit, and you're still netting $73 of credit. Like if you're that fucking bullish, right? So on like a move to $15 and a bump in implied volatility of like 8%, right? Like we're just gonna sit here and jack off to fucking option strat. By February 9th, that's a 720% profit. Option strats same like Pornhub. Yeah. Yeah, I was right. VIX dropped a little. Cool. I love guessing on the VIX. Why is nobody selling past leaps? I smell market opportunity. I feel like it'd be hard to be on the winning side of that trade. With regards to VWAP, what percentage of the time interval does it usually take for it to find its level? I'm curious regards to longer intervals, yearly VWAP. That depends on the amount of volume traded. If there's a lot of volume traded, like VWAP was really skewed on GameStop because there was so much volume traded at the beginning of like Jan 2021, right? And so that really fucked up VWAP for like most of the early part of the year until volume started to normalize towards the end of the year. So on the yearly VWAP, yeah. I mean, it also depends on your rolling period. You're only looking far back as the rolling period. One synthetic long would cost same as like 20 of the debit spreads I had in mind. What? That was a net credit. That's 3-to-1 leverage with a net credit of $73. You're just trying to maximize margin leverage. That's why you want to go with the verticals. And the calendars do that also. But it uses 1,500 in cash for like 2 years, right? Sure. Yeah. Or 2,000. Well, 1,500 in margin. Someone say options chat. I got a sweet play I can show you. Is it Feb 35s? How risky would you consider playing SLD with add the money puts? The consistency of SLD has been very high. It's far more consistent than OPEX. The problem with SLD is it's hard to time, and the amount of drop is very, like, even it's usually about 300 basis points, but it's hard to predict. And sometimes it looks like it's in and it's not all the way, like we haven't hit like full stride. Like sometimes you get a 300 bps drop and then it drops another 200. Sometimes it drops 300 bps overnight, recovers by the morning, and that's it. So it's tricky. There's some risk with SLD. The bought to open 2250, sold to open 0.3, debit 250, extrinsic profit if it runs into the money. Jan 20C bought to open, 2250 sold to open. I guess. I mean, I don't. I would rather have something with a better sensitivity to implied volatility, because you lose money of, like, if Upstart runs to $22, right? Implied volatility is going to go up. It's got a very small float, and that's gonna ruin the profitability of those positions in the short term. Like you need probably like 3 months of decay before, like, theta decay, before the vega's low enough to not be sensitive to implied volatility moves. Yeah, you can't close it. Or that's what kind of sucks about it, because we we don't expect Upstart to, like, go up and stay up, right? We kind of expect Upstart to run and then drop. And then during the period where its price is elevated and you would be profitable in that position, IV is going to also be elevated. And so I think even though you can get a ton of leverage on it, it's really not very good. One second. What happened with GameStop this morning? Nothing. It just went down. Ran up with the market a little bit, and then it's dropped ever since. buy earnings in 2 days. Are you excited if they announce bankruptcy? I think it's too soon for that. They've got cash from their share offering, right? $8,550 Feb 1750 puts open on Jimmy. Looks sold, but spot is close to mid. No way to tell until end of day. It's too big of a position. It'll skew the bid ask. Is it normal for futures to be big happy, China be big happy, and then American markets big sad? No, not particularly. Although the effect of like Hang Seng rising could be prompting fear in the market. As China opens up, there's fear that that could cause another spike in inflation. "78 members of Congress violated the Congressional Knowledge Act of 2012. Each faces a $200 fine." Oh, okay. Okay, I guess I misunderstood Upstart a bit. I thought in the long term it was a value play. I was looking to take a long position with that in mind. But you need to go beyond, like, you probably want to go beyond 2024 for that, right? Like, you're talking about, like, the credit stabilization. So you're not trying to play any near-term improvements in price. But what about your assignment risk on your sold position if there is near-term improvement in price? What if there's a lot of near-term improvement in price? That's kind of, I don't know. I don't love it. I understand what you're targeting, I think. If we get sent early, I'll have the long calls at a lower strike. It should be fine there, right? I mean, you'll have to sell the long calls at the lower strike in order to cover your assignment, right? Yeah, I would go further out. So if your just question was on the date, then yeah, I'd want more time. So, if you want to ignore the volatility potential, right? And you're just targeting price improvement from, 13 or whatever it drops to into quarter 1 and 2, and credit market stabilization, seeing an improvement in price over the next couple years, then yeah, I could see 2025 not being bad for that. I just really don't like the lack of near-term potential on the position. I think synthetic longs are, I mean, maybe you get a little less leverage, but your upside potential profits better and your exposure to volatility is better. Oh, okay. Never mind then. Since turning 40, my Hang Seng isn't rising like it used to. SPX 3826 end of day. Uh, I hope we could do better than that. Let's see if we have an update on OI. Everyone's just plowing their money into bonds today. Ooh, a lot of zero DTs at 37.95 right now. In the last half hour, those have come in, I guess. I have another update in 5 minutes. I'll check again because we might have seen some of those close out. When there's a massive gap up, let's say market open, and the price goes down steadily the entire day, it's still higher than the previous day's close. Do you consider that bullish or bearish? Or on a longer time frame, that's bullish, right? Like if we pull out and pull back and look at SPX on like the 30-minute or the hour, like we're still seeing a series of consistently higher lows, right? Even if this gap were to fill, we'd still have higher lows over this period of time. So the longer term trend is still bullish. I mean that's why I'm still holding on to like the well now 38.50s for Jan 13th. I feel like it'd be a waste to ignore opportunity if you're thinking far ahead while it's at 13. Maybe. I mean, I could still see it going lower into like its next two earnings. I don't think we'll see like stabilization until the Fed stops raising rates, right? And that might not be until like the middle of this year, depending on how much, the labor market contracts. Shares available at Fidelity for Upstart up to 17K from 7K. I mean, that's not really a significant or relevant change. That could just mean somebody bought in, right? Ah, shit. Ugh. ES isn't really falling below 38.25, so yeah. Gork, make the bleeding stop. There's not enough volume. What time is it? It's 12:26. Might get a little better in like the next half hour. We still need to push back up above 38.30 for anything bullish to happen. This is such a great way to start 2023. Less red days compared to 2022. That's hype. You can always buy puts. That way red days aren't sad. No puts, only calls. I mean, if I had more puts today, I'd be far happier. I'm currently kind of sad because I have more calls than puts. But I have enough puts that I'm okay ish. Down on the day, definitely, but yeah, puts the same like shares. Why are you slowly getting rid of your face? What? Excuse you? Oh, okay. We really need to drop below 800 viewers. I know. I'm sorry. It's the most bullish signal. Maybe in the middle of the day. Usually in the middle of the day. That's when we hit our low. Viewership, same like volume in the market and or price of GameStop. Be annoying or be lame. Aren't I try. 8 lookbacks works well too. Maybe even better. What are you talking about? How many viewers did DFV get to before he got upset? Like 20 or 50? Did he get upset with the number of viewers he had? I don't remember DFV ever being upset. Sava puts? Ooh. I already sold some, so I don't know if I want to sell more. I will say 25 looks kind of attractive right now, but some risk of assignment at 25. Let's see what these look like premium wise. $22.50 is there $2? That's like almost a 10% yield. Close to, it's just under 10%. Hmm. I already have like 40 of them out. I really don't want to sell anymore. I feel like I'm just being greedy now. I'm gonna end up with big fat Sava bags, which is not something I want. Also, the nearest expiration's the 23rd, so you can't reduce your risk by selling them shorter dated. But 10% yield on 22.50 is not bad. Are you gonna buy any more calls, or are you not that bullish on SPX today? I already have a lot. I have calls at 38.50, 38.70, and 38.90. I closed the long side of the straddle, but now I'm out of the short side too, so I have no downside protection. Buying more calls seems like a bad idea. The straddle was good. The straddle, the straddle's always good. I think that's the lesson to really be learned from bear markets. Is straddling the SPX is fucking phenomenal. I want the price to go up so I can buy puts, but it's not doing that either. So I can't buy puts at the level I want to buy puts at. And I don't want to buy more calls because now I have no downside protection. I'm in kind of a shitty spot, but hopefully I can fix it here in a minute. If we break 38.30, then I can pick up like 38.25 puts or 38.20s. Are you selling puts as CSPs, or can you use margin for that? You can use margin. You can sell them naked. If you have the approval to sell them naked. What's the minimum cost to straddle SPX? I think my port is too small to use that. It's like 10 to 14,000 a leg. Or well, for both legs. Okay, I like this. Why would China opening spike inflation? More consumers using goods, but production would be up. Well, everyone's getting COVID though. So is production really going to go up? Like COVID cases in China are spiking like crazy. Also, it's yeah. I mean, it's an entire. It's like more than an eighth of the global population creating more demand, right? That seems like you have a boatload of cash out as CSPs. Do you keep it under a specific percent of your free cash? It is a significant percent of my available free cash, like 40% roughly at any given time will be generally tied up in cash secured puts. It's just income, right? For the most part. I usually don't target things like Sava where the risk is really high. Zero DC is coming in hot. That's one way to look at that. Oh, cool. All right. It looks like a lot of the puts have sold off now. Oh, wait, that's the wrong update. Why did it update? Hold on, it's giving me the wrong fucking time for some reason. Fantastic. Oh, that's weird. Okay. Um, Not only is there no update, it appears to have reverted to this morning's data. Kenny banned his analysts? What? Was any move upward predicated, at least on a small move to the upside of SPX the next couple of weeks? A rally on the market would definitely help Upstart. There's not a lot of pressure on the upside, but the biggest problem with Upstart is when the market downturns, they short all the downticks. They don't have a lot of liquidity, and so they have to make their shorting count, and uh, without a significant amount of long interest piling into calls, there's really not a ton of upside hedge, and they can internalize the upside too, right? So they can ensure that it goes down with the market but doesn't rise up with the market. Can you look at options data for Tesla? What do you want to know? Is there something specific, or do you just want me to look at the options? Uber Jan 25, 2.5C, 2 CSP, 4:3 ratio. I'm okay with assignment. Seems broken. Yeah,
Yeah, it's pretty fucking busted. For DTE? Tesla actually has a lot of support in the range it's currently in. 105 looks like the next big one, but there's a ton of support at 100. Gamma's actually pretty positive up until about like 122. But the gamma flip points at like 130.50. So it'll if it continues to fall, it'll probably find support around 100. There's not really any negative gamma below 100, so there's nothing to continue propagating the downward momentum. At least not right now, or at least not for this week. For longer dated positions, kind of the same deal. But remember that a lot of the sell off on Tesla has very little to do with his options chain and has to do with long shareholders selling out. Tesla's liquidity is, well, it's getting very, very, very liquid over the last couple weeks because people are selling their shares. Pretty exciting. Bobby was up 25% in pre-market and now down 10%. Use the notional value change, Prestige Fitness. So I'm trying to make shit sound more bullish than it actually is. Do you see an SPX run this week? It's possible. The longer dated positioning is skewing slightly bullish. Here's the biggest problem with SPX right now. There's not a lot of positioning either way. Not a ton of it. After the quarterly expiration last Friday, much of it has expired and closed out. We're still waiting to see more of a build up either to the long or downside. And we haven't really seen either one yet. Like there's some call interest above 3030, there's put interest below 3800. Nothing's really heavily leveraged right now. It's a red day, so our chances of regaining any ground are pretty slim. Longs are very willing to capitulate on any small upside moves. Shorts are holding a little tighter, right? Because it looks beneficial to them. Happy New Year. Hopefully this pain stops in 2023. Well, we got a couple weeks. A tug of war on the first day of 2023. Nice. I mean, we also have a lot of money moving into bonds, right? Equities are going to lose value this year just on the risk-free rate alone. You know, the 10-year note is at like 3.88%. It's going to be hard to beat that with equities, right? So, I mean, overall, the year is not going to be good. But this earlier part of the year has some potential with the economic data and the collar rolling off last week. We still may not see the deleveraging of those hedges until tomorrow, though.
Are you familiar with the euro dollar credit system, where about massive amounts of US dollars are created in European banks outside of the reach of the Fed? If so, what are your thoughts? I'm moderately aware of it. I don't really do like central bank analysis. I mean, I do some, but it's not something I really give a shit about. It's not such an excessive amount as to drive continued inflation, if that's the implication. And it's not outside the reach of the Fed. How relevant is VN to upstart price movements? Is it likely to revert to being above Vega neutral? Aren't we above Vega neutral now? We're a few cents below. We were above it before. It's moderately important. What time is Kevin birthing his immaculate MOASS, baby? I think the auto lending market will exacerbate equity poor performance in 2023. Current landscape is affecting millions of consumers. Yeah. What in the actual fuck? That's annoying. Well, I have no idea what the gamma looks like right now, but there was some 37.95 positioning before on the 0 DTE side, so so some Jan 2250 HCP CSPs. I feel like I'm getting assigned. Jan 20th. What's HCP doing today? Had a good day Friday, right? Ooh, rough day today. Falling into the lower. Ooh. I don't know if you'll get assigned, but I kind of want to sell some in the money CSPs if it falls below 25. Yeah, your chances of getting assigned at 2250 are pretty slim over the next 17 days. I'm not saying it can't happen, but it's pretty unlikely. This is a big sell-off. Did they have some bad news today, or is this just NASDAQ dropping? I think this is more just an effective NASDAQ falling off. $5 puts. I wish there were more strikes available. Yeah, if it slips 25, I might sell some 25s. I wanna pick up more shares, so just crash the market in January so we have an 11-month bull run year. Probably not. The market seems to usually crash around like end of winter, beginning of spring. See you later, you as a homie. Happy New Year, man. Uh I'm not very greedy. I only want one MOASS. We're gonna fill the gap at 3780 and then rock it. I don't know if there's enough momentum for us to fill the gap at 3780. It would be almost better if we did. I mean, we filled a little bit of it here on this drop. I just don't know if we have enough. Like we need more positioning at like 3790 now to drag us further down. SPX daily looks like it's rounding out for an upside move. It does look like it's gonna move up. I agree. The technicals look very good, but yeah, probably over the next couple weeks for those to play out. 1725 is $69 pre-split. I'm just saying, it's true. It's cash settled, so T+2 from Friday isn't a thing, right? It is. Yeah, there's still an effective gamma exposure. It's not the gamma exposure on SPX. It's the gamma exposure market wide. So the 500 underlying stocks, right, Mr. Madman? It doesn't have to do with the index options directly. SXT looks rounding out. Is there any significance on Fuba's big volume candles are mainly bought and Jimmy big volume candles mainly sells? Does this indicate Fuba has found a bottom and Jimmy hasn't? Uh, Possibly. I think you're reading a bit too much into the color of the candle. In order to sell, someone has to buy. So my only joys lately are watching the money I saved, bailing on Fuba, and not buying Upstart. The mythological one-sided trade. All shorts are future players. Oh, I'm really angry about this not updating now. What the fuck? Alright, our consolidation looks like long build up, but I still think we can move down more. Um, the long build up does not look like it's for today. I'll say that much. It still seems to be fairly far out of the money. futures are still, well, futures fell below 30, 38.25, so maybe that's, maybe we see ES test 38.06. That'll bring SPX down low enough to fill that gap. We get another sell-off here. Hmm. VIX isn't reacting as strongly to the downside moves now, but it's still elevated. Bobby 2022 closed 251. I saw 315 pre-market is now 226. 89-cent range on the day and closing in on 2x average 10-day volume. They likely got enough liquidity to continue the downward push. Bobby's already super fucking liquid. It doesn't need like additional liquidity. it's been and stayed pretty liquid ever since like ever since the run in August. It wasn't until like December OPEX that we saw it start to like the 16th that we started to see liquidity dry up a little bit on Bobby, but barely. It's barely drying up. It's still very liquid. You buy 3780 puts. If you have one market wish, what would it be? Volume. More volume. Pull back the on RRP rate. That's so different to DRS in 2023. So you get real electronic IOUs instead of the fake ones the brokers have. Jesus. Obviously, no. It would be upstart to 400. I mean, GME to 400 would be arguably better for me. I heard a big reason they're playing zero DTEs is because it dodges margin at end of day. Oh, because primes only account for margin at end of day? That's horseshit. Who the fuck said that? Primes monitor their margin accounts in real time. The fuck? There might be windows of like 30 or 45 minutes where they could get away with that. God. How about Fubo to 400? I still own more GME than anything else. By a lot. Fubo Upstart or Fubo Upstart or BTU running really hard would be very good for me, but GME running hard would be the best for me. If GME ran to $400, hold on, from its current price, I would make $64 million. I'd be okay with that. Oh, and I have some calls too. If Jimmy was a 400, we'd all be saved. Because I'm popcorn trader. Jimmy's not going to $400. Not even close. Why is Meta doing so good lately? They lost a lot of their value. Don't expect this to persist. This is how SSDD starts? Yeah. Well, that's why we're done talking about it. $4 though. Yeah, $4 is looking a hell of a lot closer than 400. At $400, where do you sell your thousands of CCs? 25. I'd sell every share if we hit 30. I know you would, Splish. What are you looking forward to at CES 2023? Whatever Lisa Sue's got in store for us. Do you see DraftKings going bankrupt this year? Good question. No. Even though they don't make any money. No. Not this year. Maybe next year? Their current liabilities aren't huge, and their assets are still like 4.1 billion, 4.2 billion. Although they are working very hard on growing their liabilities. I don't think they're going to go bankrupt. I think they might be trading it a little bit too high of a premium. It might not be a bad short, but I don't think they're going to go bankrupt this year. That's a very cursory look at things, but he's just thinking about $64 million. No, I'm not. I'm not delusional. Have you considered not selling BlackRock when the pickle jar is going to buy weeklies? I'm contractually obligated. Man, I'm not going to get fucking demoted again back to rubbing Larry's feet with oil every day. Boy oil. I found a website that calculates sector-wide EV/EBITDA ratios so you can compare to the company being researched. Interesting or nah? Eh, I guess. I mean, comparing companies across their entire sectors usually not that great of an idea. Generally, their competition's a little bit more narrow than that, but maybe. I don't know. I'd have to see how much filtering it has. That's some Carl level task. What? What do you want to do, Carl? You see 10 first and then a run to 30? I don't think GameStop's going to go to 10. I think that's a bit much. All I know is that last week I didn't get assigned on my Upstart or my GME CSPs, and that's a win. Is it more advantageous to roll out when the price is up or down? I mean, if you're rolling out, it may not matter. Yeah, it doesn't really matter if you're gonna do it all at once. Obviously, it's better to sell your options when they're up and buy new ones when the price goes down. Now show us how you would make the 64 million realistically. The compound gains over a very, very long period of time. Are you buying GME calls right now? No. $68,000 share candle, and we moved 2 cents. Yeah. Well, I mean, this isn't pre-split GME. Hey, Gurk, you got a song for that deep V bottom breakout? No. I wish I did. You still diamond handing your GME and Upstart OPEX calls with me? No, I sold all those. I have some of them, but I sold most of them. How are the tips looking on Upstart? Uh, kind of the same as they did Friday. I posted them in the DD this morning. Upstart is getting a little more illiquid today, as one would expect. ETF liquidity for bots is basically gone at this point. And the little bit of liquidity that they got in IWR is being used up pretty rapidly. I could check ACWI and see if they're pulling any more shenanigans with that. Nope. Well, they sure as shit aren't covering any FTDs on ACWI today. Hey, Carl, did you ever figure out where the 300,000 FTD discrepancy was between you and Atomic's ETF data for Upstart? I know yours is a little more current, I think, than the list he's operating off of. One thing I'm absolutely loving so much about this bear market is that it's forcing me to be a lot more fundamentals focused. My learning curve on fundamentals has been really steep lately. Sure, man. You mean you've just started learning about fundamentals? You do know that you could just buy puts on shit, right? Bear markets aren't super complicated. Why does UVXY FTD so much? Because there's unbelievably large amounts of short positions on it. And it's an ETN. So exchange traded notes have a locked float size. When VIX to 30? I don't know. I kind of want to roll some of my hedge out, but maybe maybe I'm jumping the gun there. When I looked, ACWI didn't have Upstart in it. Yeah, they do. Now they apparently don't, but they did briefly. Do you have any thoughts on Cosm's future price action? Still on Reg Show. They have a shelf offer. Move on. SPX fixing a squirt or squart? I don't know, but it looks like we got a little bit of capitulation at the 39.75 level. Maybe some 3800s. I still want to see us move up more and pressure some of the in the money puts. Which I don't think we're getting any decent movement on. They're kind of just holding, right? If we can pressure some of the in the money puts, then maybe we have a shot. Still early though. 1 o'clock. Might get a little more volume now. I really think we just need volume. We just want to see the positions move faster. Neck YAML expert. Still not getting an update on SPX. It's frustrating. Oh, here we go. I got one. Now it's working. Piece of fucking shit. Yeah, so we want to see some 3800 capitulation, and then the upside's really not that heavily weighted against us, honestly. Like a little struggle through 38, like 20, but after that, maybe too much long sell off on the 0 GTEs. That's the biggest problem, is that there's really not any good positioning on the 0 GTEs to the long side. 3830, 3840, but that's about it. Farther dated positioning's fine though. So maybe that'll have a better effect. But that doesn't really look good till yeah, still the same like flip point, like there at 3830, where it starts to get a little more bullish. Here's the problem: from 3830 to 3867, there's just or 3862 now between where call side starts to get momentum and the gamma flip point is only like a $30 range, right? So, you know, if we drive up into the call side momentum at 3830, there's not that much room. $32 to the upside. And then yeah, we can get rejected off of the gamma flip point again. And like I said before, it's a red day, so call holders are more likely to sell off. It was in 2021, but not recently. Well, they filed a 13F that says they have it. Let's see. I'll give you the date. Give me a second. ACWI filed on 9/27/2022 that they had 20,146 shares of Upstart. They also had 5 million fails on the day that Upstart was removed from Reg Show. My favorite part about the bear market is that I'm not approved for options. So all of my massive losses are unrealized. Yeah, I think you did a typo, Atomic. Any thoughts on Docu? Think it still has potential? Yeah, yeah. I mean, I have a decent number of shares. I still like it. I have some leaps on it. I took profits on my nearer dated calls, but I might re-enter some soon. I still like Docu a lot. Do you have a good idea of what an option will cost without checking at this point? Plus 5 to 10%? Plus minus 5 to 10%? I don't know. Maybe? I've never played this game, but I'm intrigued. I'll probably fail miserably at it. What the hell are fundamentals? Please don't tell me I have to learn something else new. I just sold my first CSP today, thanks to my new best friend at Pathogen, who held my baby hand. Do you have a normal sized hand also, Contra QSIP Cup? QSIPy? I'm just gonna keep calling you Subway Cup. My list is all 85 ETFs, and Atomics is the 35 largest. Oh, okay. Wow, what a coincidence. I know, right? Is the SPY or SPX a more honest representation of the market in its entirety? VTI is actually a better representation of the market in its entirety. But SPY and SPX are the same, right? Have you seen Burry's tweet that the peak of CPI is in, and there will be a recession by the second half of 2023? He seemed early and wrong with his predictions. Yeah, I mean, imagine if he'd held his Tesla short. He could have made. They could have made like a whole new movie about him. Has money, assumes learning process is done for their lifetime. Shocked Pikachu face. Yeah, fundamentals put the fun in investing. So SPX is literally the value of one share of each stock in the S&P 500. What is SPY then? 1/10 of that in an ETF? SPY is an ETF that, its NAV is set on ownership of the S&P 500. Guess the premium. Tesla 17 DTE Jan 2023's 110C, current price 105. This is the Jan 17s. Tesla IV's got to be up, right? 110.
Fuck, I don't know how high IV on Tesla is right now. I feel like that's super. So current price is 105. $380? I want to look now. Hold on. No, hold on. 104.94. So IV's at 83.90. Oh, 560. Final answer. I'm gonna look. Oh, fuck. Damn, that was spot on. Hmm. I mean, I'm off by 2 cents, but still. I'm really proud of myself. I mean, no one has to believe I didn't cheat, but I didn't cheat. And that's it's so much more rewarding. Hmm. Are you planning to straddle SPX every night the rest of the week? Sticking to 113 expiry? Man, I'm starting to plan to straddle SPX every night for the all eternity until the economy turns around. I'm not even kidding. I think the least I've made off an overnight straddle on SPX was 6% in the last month and a half. And I've basically been doing it every fucking night. I love it so much. It may be some of the most consistent returns I've ever experienced in the market doing something so simple. All the moves to the upside are super volatile, right? And so when they happen, your calls print more than 100%. You don't give a shit about the puts you bought. And then most days are just chop, like $30 up, $30 down, right? And then you just make money on both sides of it. It's fucking phenomenal. Or you cheated and you were still off by 2 cents. That would be really bad, right? Like if I cheated and I was wrong. Any way to do that with SPY and a cheaper premium? Yeah, but it's not as profitable. Like it's really not going to be as profitable because the notional value change isn't as great.
it's a little harder to manage and a little more restrictive. But yeah, you can do it with SPY. It's just not as it's not quite as good. I would say that an equally leveraged position on SPY might be easier to manage. How much theta do you buy with overnight straddles? Usually 3 to 5 DTE. Um, sometimes more. Sometimes I'll roll a leg out. Like a day like today where it falls but doesn't fall a ton. Then I'm more inclined to. I closed the call side this morning of my straddle, but if we hadn't run up so much in the early part of the day, I probably would have only closed like part of the call side. Uh, just because the slip down in price was really kind of dragged out, right? And so I might have gotten like stuck in the call side here, and then I probably would have, rolled out if we found stability around this level, right? But I mean, I closed my puts like right here at like 3807. Um, I rolled down and out my 3870 leg from like a week ago. I've been carrying that one a while. But 3 to 5 days, and then you can adjust as needed. Enough to offset like the overnight theta decay, because that's what hurts you the most, because you get hit with it on both sides of the straddle. How do you come to grips with financial loss? Kind of just power through it. I mean, it's gone, right? There's nothing you can do to get that money back once you've realized a loss, right? So you just have to keep doing what you do, and if the thing you do is consistently making money, then you'll make that money back. Yeah, for every time you get super unlucky or something moves against you, you'll probably experience the opposite in due course. If I lose it all, I go back to work, right? I mean, honestly. And then I'll work long enough and to get, my account filled back up, and then I'll quit working. I think I'm at a point now where I'm kind of beyond that, and that probably helps psychologically. Even if most of my positions blew up, I would still be fairly well off. And I have hedges that protect me from like black swan events like a market crash. So YouTube's a good hedge? No, it's not. This is awful. I'd make way more money just at a regular job. I would definitely, if I lost all my money, I would definitely quit YouTube. Or this needs to become a channel that's way more popular. Can you stream from your desk job? It depends on if I get work from home or not. Plus, even if you lost everything, you could make it all back with a 5K account. Tough. It would be slow. 5K accounts mostly blow up. It's still really under what you need. It's right at the cusp of serviceable. I mean, even with like the subs, it's it's less than 60 grand a year before taxes, which like isn't it's barely enough for my rent. But you hate people. How could this channel get more viewers? I guess I could just stuff food in my mouth until I turn into a whale. That seems to work for people. Sell jade rollers. I don't know. Figure it out. Less clothes, I'd imagine, would have to be a. Yeah, less clothing would definitely be a prerequisite. Try on hauls. Sell your bathwater. Shirtless and eating. Yeah, I mean, I feel like I know all the things I need to do to make the channel big and successful, and none of them are desirable. Like I would have to first appeal to a much broader range of people, which means I have to be nice. I would have to be tolerant of opposing viewpoints. I would have to answer stupid questions as if they were meaningful and relevant. Then I would have to like convince people that I had a way of beating the market that was better than all the other ways of beating the market, and for the low price of whatever arbitrary amount of money, you too can learn how to lose all your make all the money in the world. And then probably just make a lot of videos about nothing. Videos where I'm like, yeah, guys, look at this. This is a, ascending wedge. Or even better, like what is it? There's a couple of traders that I can think of. Maybe I won't name names, but they just like use TradingView replay. And then they make a video called like, I just made $100,000 in 5 minutes. And they just like replay a breakout on TradingView. Have you guys seen those? Those crack me up. And I can't bring myself to do any of those things. So honestly, if I blow up all my ports, I'm just going back to a hedge fund. Fuck you guys. I'm gonna go manage other people's money. That'll be the way it is. I'll collect my 20% for 2 years, and then I'll start trading again. Just make your own paid indicator. Can you answer this meaningful and relevant question? Do puts cost same like shares? Yeah, they do. Why are the SPY, SPX, IWN, QQQ, DJI, etc. more popular than VTI as an overall market indicator? I don't know. Are they? Probably because VTI is an ETF, and ETFs aren't very good indicators of the market, right? Because ETFs have other things going on. They have creation, redemption, they have arbitrage. You're inspiring me to be a scam artist YouTube streamer. Good luck. Finance? I mean, math is part of it. I made 100K in 5 minutes by jelking on camera. Nice. I thought sometimes puts were cheaper and puts were more. Puts same like shares, they all cost cash, right? Whether you buy puts or you buy calls or you buy shares, they all cost same like cash money. So they do all cost same like shares.
I mean, if I wanted to be popular and hugely successful, there was on YouTube specifically, there was a point at which I could have just taken advantage of the misinformation in the community, right? And been like, DRS is great, guys. And I could have registered fucking 10 shares of GameStop and made hundreds of thousands of dollars fucking blowing smoke up Dr. Trimbath's ass. Um, but that's just, I don't know, it's not me. I can't do that. It's not worth it. I don't want people to think I'm too stupid to have taken advantage of that or obstinate. I'm not. It's just I just couldn't. It's so reprehensible. It's just so shady. This segment is brought to you by Raid Shadow Legends. This is why I pay you $25 a month to lose money. You're my personal hero, and I love you. If you didn't buy meme stocks and you bought Pickles Picks, you would have been up a lot last year. Or, considered Pickles Picks. It takes a real fucked up degenerate to lose money on those. Like, well, there's a few of you. You know who you are. I wish I full ported on Cat and not Rev. I don't know why anybody full ported on Revlon. Like, it was exciting and it had a lot of volatility and maybe there was some squeeze potential. But do you need fucking $635 calls to realize the potential of a squeeze? If people hadn't gotten so bullish, maybe it would have gotten fucking delisted. I'm still holding my negative 50% Fubo bags for profit. I mean, I'm still holding Fubo. I don't care about holding it. I think their path to profitability is solid. One day it'll be worth more, and then I'll sell covered calls against it, and I'll have even more money. I'm okay with that outcome. Like, sometimes you just buy shit and wait. Remember when I told everyone about Campbell's soup or BTU at $18 or Oxy at 54? No, I don't buy land. I've inadvertently come into possession of real property, and I'm not overly enthused about it. I pay you $25 a month because the data and insight you and the quants provide is worth like 10K a month. I mean, if you use it right. You told me to. I fucking did not, Ben. Hey man, do you think we could finally realize some price action before OPEX? Or if not, do you believe this OPEX could actually be something after all of these deferrals? Well, the deferral period's between the 12th and 18th, which is before OPEX. So we'll find out how much. We'll have a very, very good test of how much or what effect the deferrals potentially have, right? I think we have more pain, but they've been hammered into the ground. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm kind of okay with buying most of these at the current prices. I have been moderately.
I'm still trying to buy other things, right? Because we're moving into, probably deeper into a recession. And things are not going to be good this year, right? And so I am trying to focus on deploying more money towards, like, companies with better value and solid free cash flow, and more defensive stocks, but where I can still pick up some profits with covered calls and continue to net decent yields. I mean, that's you have to remember that most of my portfolio is used on selling CSPs and selling covered calls against positions that I have, right? And so, and that funds whatever degenerate shit I do. That and swing positions on SPX. And so right now, when things are really cheap, which some things really are, some things have realized significant drops in value, far beyond where they should be. It presents a lot of opportunity, and so I don't want to miss out on that by over leveraging myself into more, high volatility short stocks. When there's a lot of real value out there to be grabbed too. Yeah, the dip on BTU right now is awesome, and I'm considering averaging up. I made some decent money on covered calls in the last bump, and so I have a little room to average up because I've got my cost basis now back below like $17. So I can reasonably average it up to like about 1850 and still feel pretty comfortable. If you guys haven't looked at BTU's free cash flow. That's some pretty impressive shit. Apple under 100, AMD at 50. uh, If that is wishful thinking, depending on the time horizon you set for yourself, I could see Apple falling back near 80. I don't think we'll ever see it below that during this period. We might, but not without like a crash, right? So obviously these would be without a crash. If there's a crash, there's probably more beneficial entries, but and I could see AMD probably falling to like the maybe the like $41 level, $40 level. I doubt it, but it could happen. More realistically, probably like 48. SPX, he's our guy. Yeah, this is a good turnaround. I like it too. Nothing's changed with your HBM play. Could you quickly touch on that thesis? I don't think anything's changed. I haven't looked since I bought in, but no, I mean, it's still trading just dead center in the range I'm willing to buy it. It's basically at the same price I bought in at. So no, not any significant change. That's a commodities play. There's a yield on it too, which helps a little bit offset the cost of holding. There's no valuable covered calls on that, so I'm not getting a ton of leverage on it, but I like its potential leveraged exposure to increases in copper. I think copper is going to be in very high demand. A lot of people are focused on rare earth minerals because the explosive potential for their valuations, but copper is used in everything that rare earth minerals are, right? Um, and it's used in a lot of things that rare earth minerals aren't. And so I think if we start to see the commodities market heat up, copper will be a big beneficiary of that. What's your bottom for GME? I mean, if GME hit 1310, I'd probably be out. I don't think it's going to, but yeah, I mean, at that point, I would have 100% gains for 2 years of holding, which is, that's kind of where I would probably draw the line. That if it continued to fall, I would buy back in, but what do you got, Carl? Jimmy fails, Upstart fails. 2020 versus overly bullish Upstart charts. I like this. So this is a comparison of GME price and Upstart price, and fails from 2020 and 2022. It's kind of compelling. During this same time period, GME had failed 31.34 million shares. Upstart has failed 45.6 million shares. Fun stuff. Upstart's very, very short. It's the short position is extremely crowded. Float difference? Roughly the same, actually. Upstart's float's about, I mean, within like a couple million shares what GME's float was at the time. And we don't know how much buyback's been facilitated recently either. So there's that too. What ticker are you looking at for copper? It's in the DD from last week. The Pickles picks from last week. Say what you want about Upstart, but Upstart at 20, Upstart at 18, Upstart at 15, Upstart at 13. You're still buying a $30 to $50 company at an extreme discount. Your fucking BlackRock has a cost basis of like $128. Don't feel so bad about your $18 cost basis. I bought a bunch of copper tone sunblock. Is that good enough for exposure? Are you gonna sell it on like Craigslist? And if you sell it on Craigslist, you could probably get a sweet profit. I always buy all my sunblock on Craigslist, so. I mean, first off, something you have to realize is you can't always perfectly time the bottom. Sometimes things are going to drop lower than you ever thought possible. Upstart dropping near its book value is insane. Given that competitors in the same sector are trading at like 11 to 20x multiples, right? And Upstart's trading at like just barely over. The drop below 20 and 18 was very unlikely. And it wouldn't have happened if there wasn't so much fucking shorting, right? But ultimately, they're shorting a company that's not going anywhere. They're not going anywhere for quite some time. And I can't imagine shorting a company that has a $250 million share buyback on the table. Not this much. But greed will win at the end of the day, so. You're missing out on some sweet deals on Etsy sunblock. Really? I've never tried Etsy for sunblock. Is it handcrafted? Here's my question. Will they send me a video of them mixing the sunblock with their bare hands? And how much more do I need to pay for that? I still think, Doric, if all else fails, that we're gonna go with that idea of crafting custom butt plugs and selling them on Etsy. And then we'll write our book, Billionaire Butt Plug Boys. It's gonna be a New York Times bestseller. Bullish. Yeah, at least we have a backup plan, right? Always thinking one step ahead. Is that the Beyond in BBBY? I wonder if my company is always recording from my work PC mic. Probably. Tell them I said hi. You get that sweet copper tone hand mixing action on my new subscription service, Only Tans. Available now on Fubo. Maybe shorters think no, Upstart won't share buyback until lending conditions get better, as Upstart needs their cash to weather the economic storm, so they short wantonly. Thoughts? I think there's more risk to it than that. I don't think Upstart needs that $250 million in cash that much. They have quite a lot of other cash, and they have their revolving credit line, which they negotiated at a 0.25% interest rate, right? So basically just cash on hand. I think they're caught. I think they've trapped themselves in their short position, and they have no other choice but to attempt to drive the price of the stock lower and lower until they're forced to capitulate. But someone's going to take profits at some point, or a short term synthetic short position is going to cover. And that's going to set off probably a pretty interesting series of events. If they drive it too low, they guarantee the share buyback or they guarantee increased institutional interest, right? If they drive Upstart down to $8, now all of a sudden they're at even more risk, right? So that it's a really delicate balancing act they're trying to affect in order to continue holding this short position when realistically they should have just closed instead of compounding. It's greed. I did. I think Wall Street Bets took it down, Travis. I don't really know how much like company boards and C-suite execs understand about the short interest affecting their stocks. I would say not a lot. I wouldn't say it's a discussion, right? Mostly they're concerned with increasing their share price. Not they're not really concerned with the like short positions on their stock, right? And they're in it for the long haul, so they can weather shorting in the near term. Well, you see Upstart insiders exercising their rights to shares and adding to their shareholding over the last couple months as well, right? That they know the price is cheap right now. I'm sure they understand the valuation of their company to some degree. Upstart reminds me of Bobby when no one thought it could hit $6, and yet, yeah. But same deal, right? Just keep buying more. I don't think it can't hit $6. It's just a very dangerous game they play if it does that, right? If they try to drive it down, I mean, they're really low on liquidity, so they don't have a lot to short with every day. But if they continue to drive it down, and we continue to see a lack of long side interest pushing back against that, right? And we do hit a price level of like $6, they're really in danger of Upstart buying back most of the free float, right? That's a really that's a slippery slope. Or you get someone who's already bullish on the stock like BlackRock or Vanguard and they double down, right? That's just as risky. And sure, those shares become available to lend, but I mean do you want me to DM you the screenshot of what? Yeah, sure. What is it? Someone sent me a picture of a butt plug taco holder with Jesus on it. Oh, that was you. Thanks. Follow up with the lines of OnlyFans. What about a cleaner version where you can only show the top half and we call it only cans? Interesting. Depends. I know a couple of company directors who are almost as big options degens as the pickle jar. Sure. That doesn't mean they understand the short positions on their stock, though. Yeah, it's just very far removed from most of their fields of expertise. Upstart is a little more interesting because the CTO is like a former like hedge quant. Um, they may have a little more insight than the average company. They have a lot of directors that were in high finance. Can they unlock liquidity by pushing the price down versus up? Sure, but they're just using that liquidity to short more, right? They're trying to create a cascading effect. Ideally, they would drive Upstart out of business to confirm their thesis, right? But that's not really something that's going to happen with Upstart. Upstart is financially stable. And if their business turns around, the shorts are going to find themselves in a pretty precarious position, right? And I don't think we're that far out from the credit market stabilizing. Again, many of the short positions in the market right now we're betting on a market crash. And that has not happened, right? And so most of them are stuck in a position where they either double down or they start to capitulate. Matt Furlong mentioned company acquisitions. Why not their own? They don't want to do share buybacks because share buybacks don't improve growth. 1 second, I gotta take. When will there be a big pump so I can sell CCs on Jimmy? We're all waiting, man. More SPX calls? Not yet. Break of 38.20, maybe I pick up some 38.30s. Options flow update. It's not really options flow, but let's see. We're getting more of a sell-off in 0 DTs, but no, not a lot of. So we're seeing them sell off, but we're not seeing any new ones bought. Yeah, we still want to break 38.25 to the upside for any kind of bullish momentum. So nothing's changed on that front. They better off not doing. Can they get in trouble for manipulating the share price if they take action to obliterate short sellers? No, not really. SPX starting a climb back to 38.50. Maybe, but very, very fucking slowly. Like I said, we need to cross 38.30. GME 250 million from investing activities. The 250 million or whatever GME's got, it's like short-term bonds or something like that, or treasuries. Is Bobby back in play? I don't like it. I think if it does have any kind of run, it's already very liquid and the potential's limited. That and you're, by buying into one now, you're acting as exit liquidity for not only their at the money offering but for any bondholders who convert to equity. So fuck that. Bobby's part of a new ETF called Next Bag. If Jimmy goes to 1310, would you be out for good or just until it bottoms out? Probably until it bottoms out. I don't think it's going to drop that low anytime soon. And that price target will change if I get another opportunity to sell covered calls before we hit those prices. Once my cost basis on Jimmy is gone, I don't care what it drops to. You talk more about selling your Jimmy. I might run off some more super stackers in the Pores chat. I don't think we're gonna hit $13. Upstart yearly Zimajewski score negative 1.51. Upstart quarterly negative 0.79. So Upstart isn't going out of business. And Upstart book value currently $9. Add in your Upstart thesis equals very compelling. Yes, it is. Altman Z scores are more accurate, right? In determining bankruptcy. not gonna know because I don't want you to ask me questions about him. What price are you getting back in Bobby? Never. I made my money on Bobby. I'm good. I'm good with it. I don't want to touch it. It's too much risk. No, the Bobby channel will remain. Mentions of it will continue because I don't want anyone to ever forget the route that current bag holders of Bobby chose to go, which is to lean into the conspiracy, to accept the delusion and embrace it. And I want them to sit there as an example to everyone else of what to do when your stock runs 600%. My cost basis on Gmail is around like $6.70 something cents, roughly. Nice try, Ben. Can you discuss your opinions on the likelihood of a GME squeeze back to 50 pre-split 100 200 range or maybe even higher? Uh Slim to none. I mean, I don't think GameStop is going to significantly exceed its gamma max at any point in time. You would need an obscene amount of FOMO, um driving gamma max higher and higher in order for us to get any kind of run, especially to those levels. 50 is not out of the question because, gamma max will go up if we run. There'll be some FOMO. And, it could be sufficient, although it's really far away. Right now, I would say somewhere in the mid 30s to maybe low 40s at most. Ban Nightney. I feel like when anyone talks to him, it's like talking to a literal stone. I don't think he has any choice but to continue believing in it. So he bought back in at like 17 right before Cohen dumped his bags and rug pulled him. And I think he bought in quite a lot. So he has to believe because of the sunk cost fallacy. Sherwin-Williams truck just pulled up. Should I pester their driver about the stock price? Yes. Any advice on the milestone chat showing a delivery error? There's no profanity. I don't know why it would be doing that. Try logging out and back in, maybe? How much volume would we be looking for these compounded deferrals for GME? A lot. Uh, like October 31st, but multiple days worth. One thing GME has in its back pocket is FM, FOMO Max, moves up bigly on any real price action. It's true. GME's at 17. We're all victims of sunk cost fallacy. Unless you're still bullish on GME. But the market's like turning around for the day. A little bit. Slowly, but it's turning around. The only time Altman Z outperforms Imajewski is when the modified Altman Z score was used. What's the modification? I'm still bullish on Tesla in the long term. How long? Is that a green candle? It's a squeeze candle? It's not a red candle, it's a crime candle. What do you see more probability this year? GME hitting single digits or hitting 40? I think GME hitting single digits is very unlikely. They would need to miss really, really hard on earnings, and GME's earnings are pretty consistent. Someone asked me, I think before I took the phone call, about GameStop making acquisitions versus doing a share buyback. And a share buyback doesn't improve, their revenue streams. It doesn't increase their free cash flow. It simply reduces the amount of shares available in the market, right? So I don't think a good use of GME's capital that they have on hand would be a share buyback. I think they should be more concerned with expanding their margins and growing their revenue streams. And so an acquisition would be better. What can they acquire that would be beneficial to them and fit in line with their business model? Not a lot. I would have said Bobby, or well, BB, bye bye baby, not really Bobby, but I would have said bye bye baby at one point. But now it's, you know, kind of a question of when is a good time to buy it. They're going out of business, so why not just wait and buy it then, right? Yeah, Bye Bye Baby would have been a good acquisition. But it's, Bobby is dying. Like BBBY is dying. And so why would you buy Baby now at, and like an inflated valuation of like 2 or 3 billion when you can just wait and buy it later? It's not like people are chomping at the bit to pick up a retailer right now. I think you're exactly right. Instead of using their cash, they should load up on mountains of debt to do the share buyback. You mean like Bobby? 2025 to 2027, but cost basis should be around $20 end of year and hedged with 2025 Jan 175 strike puts. Okay. Yeah, I would say 26 to 28, but okay. If your cost basis is that low, that's fine. I wouldn't consider buying Tesla until it was probably under $80. There's some constant that varied from sector to sector. It seems as though it was being changed after the fact. That's some experience with academic journals. And I can read academic papers too, but I'll look into it. I know Zimajewski is not an industry standard, so champing? Alright. May all your regularly handsome dreams come true. Thank you, Barodactyl. I don't get why Bobby wouldn't sell off Baby. They can't. It's the only profitable part of the company. If they sell it off, there's nothing left. Pay off debt for a failing business? Why? See, that's the problem, is if they sell it, there's nothing left. Yeah, I know. I don't know why it's so popular in Indonesia. Yeah, I think Barodactyl's right. It is champing at the bit. Did you see that article, academic article on Boom Hunter Pro? No, neither did I. No, you didn't. It does not exist. None of us even knew Bobby owned Bye Bye Baby until the RC thing. That's true. The reason I want Bobby banned is because I get tagged in the chat all the time when they call Bobby. Wait, did you change your username on the Discord to @BBBY? Yeah, they could close out their low performers, but I mean, they're investing the money into salvaging something that's dying. Unfortunately, their business model sucks, right? They sell, you know, home goods and bedding supplies, and not even very good ones, at at a retail markup, when the same thing can be bought online or at big box stores or larger, more stable retailers like Macy's, right? And they've done nothing but lose market share to every single one of their competitors over the last like 3 fucking years. So even if they were to sell off the one profitable arm of their business, there's nothing left. There's nothing worth salvaging there, right? They can reduce costs and try to drag the business on longer, but a ghost of its former self, right? Can you go over the Swahilan Jumanji score? I hear it's starting to make the rounds in hushed whispers in the most elite trading circles. Oh, Jesus. Guess who's getting tagged even more often? Anyone chat have an opinion on cost? This is something that I've been toying around with. What about it? Make their own headsets? Why not acquire Turtle Beach? Cost is hard to acquire. A lot of the ownership is the family that started the business. So at least Ryan Cohen's style of acquisition wouldn't really work there. I think Turtle Beach would be a better target, especially because they're exposed to the gaming industry. Although I don't see that improving their cash flows. Can Bobby sell off everything except Baby? Nobody wants it. I think with SpaceX IPOs this year, Elon fanboys will pull from Tesla and look for big gains again in SpaceX. Tesla will tank? Probably. I mean, Tesla's already tanking. How do you feel about you beating Rock of Spades with viewers? He only has 500. I don't even know who the fuck that is. Who the fuck is Rock of Spades? There's so much money by just not hiring people. Last time I was in one, there was one employee. Good news is they never sell anything, so they don't need to pay someone to stock the shelves. They don't have any inventory because, they can't afford to buy it, so they don't have to worry about stocking the shelves. Counterpoint. The adult dating chat bots, in their quest to become more popular in this channel, have started to just make up tickers. Have you guys noticed that? Rick of Spades? Oh. I mean, I'm surprised anybody watches him. He's a fucking idiot. Turtle Beach would be a better acquisition. Newegg would be a good one too, but I don't think they can afford to. And Newegg's got some weird ownership shit with China. Um, that's not super transparent, so that might not be a very good acquisition either. I would say something like Micro Center, something private that they could acquire, but I don't really know if that's worth it for them. So you're suggesting that if I more successfully short companies, I should get a job there and be as unproductive as possible part time? I mean, it could help. What a boring fucking day. When will the chop stop? I don't know, man. It's been going on since like December 16th. Stagflation. Welcome aboard. SPX end of day predictions. I need to straddle with my 3900C. That's not a. Well, I mean, you can't straddle the 3900C unless you buy 3900 puts. You want to strangle it? Just, I mean, target at the money in your close, right? GameStop can acquire FTX. I heard it's going for cheap. Yeah, I don't think they want to acquire that because you would also be acquiring their their liabilities. The yawn and declaration of a boring day is Girk's signal to BlackRock. The chop stops January 12th through 18th. I hope so. That's still just a thesis though, right? We have to wait and see if that comes to fruition or not. Or Gaff could just log into FINRA and tell us the Rex codes and stop being such a bitch. Thanks for answering my questions. Is your Discord free? Yeah, the public Discord's completely free. Rocket into Power Hour and then hit the NOS. That'd be cool. You think we could see Upstart sub 10? Probably not till after quarter 4 earnings, but it's possible that then we could. Sitting on a wonky diagonal right now. Jan 13, 3850. April 21, 3500, 3250, 3000. Make SPX go up now, then down later. Okay, thanks, bye. Uh, um, there might be some opportunity to consider rolling up some of the. Well, April's not bad actually for that range. Stop reading my stuff out loud, chill. I didn't tag you. You don't need to. Way to buy some shares. I'm wanting to buy shares right now. Which of GME, Fubo, Upstart is in the most oversold territory, would you say? Um, well, GME has some support in this range. So I would say GME is probably the lowest risk of the three purchases at these prices. The only thing that make your SPX go up is Guybrush. Maybe you're right. Worst case scenario, he makes it drop enough that my puts print. The April puts are fine. They're actually up right now, which is offsetting the downs on the calls. Yeah, I figure you have enough theta on those, you should be okay. I was looking into the FINRA deferral calendar a bit more, and I have a question on your thesis. How do? How do what? Yeah, it's a subscribe service for registered individuals. Then you probably can't read Rex codes unless one of the entities is a customer of yours. Would there be any benefit to purchasing something like cost or cheap, no-name headphones? I've literally haven't heard anything cost related in almost a year. No, I don't see any benefit to purchasing costs. I don't see any way to affect a purchase of costs, and I definitely don't see any benefit to purchasing them. Premium Extreme Edition. TDS is currently at 317. 45 DT Feb 17 2023 calls at 315C. Guess the mid plus minus 10%. Oh, I have no fucking clue. The options chain over there is so fucking wonky. In the money, $2, Fab. I don't know, like 860, somewhere around there. Oh, but that's not. Hold on. No, it's more. Fuck, I don't know. It's too illiquid. It's the fucking. I have no idea what the implied volatility is there either. Sometimes I'm talking to my friends in chat. I also like to pretend I have friends, and when you read it out loud, I feel dumb. So making you feel dumb, or this will be the last one of these. I didn't mean to make you feel dumb, Brett. I mean beyond your own ability to do that for yourself. Do you believe Jimmy will go any lower than 17 in the next month? And it could. I think in the next couple of weeks, maybe. I don't think it'll go a lot below 17, but I think it could go below 17. I have no idea. The spreads are too wide. I'm not even going to try to guess. Earlier you spoke about overnight SPX straddles. Does it even matter what DTE I pick as long as I remain delta neutral? Yeah, because if you pick one DTEs, right, you're gonna lose all the value in your contract overnight. There's no bail if someone leaks Rex the information from the Rex system. They could lose their license though. That's the risk. Ape Twitter tells me Citadel tried to take out Jeremy Renner. To prevent him from dressing as Hawkeye and partnering with AA to keep AMC from ramping up. Makes sense. Pretty hard to run yourself over with a snowplow gaff. It takes a special kind of investor to pull off a stunt like that. Seeing how pretty much all ETFs are customers of mine, you have me intrigued. Do you know the cost of offhand? No biggie. If not, there's just like 3 to 4 services, and I want to get the right one if I do. I have no idea what the cost is offhand. What might be the nicest thing you've ever said to me? You're welcome, Brett. How do I talk to FINRA's manager? Why does it feel so good to Q-tip your ear holes? I don't know. Could registered individuals share info with other registered individuals? I mean, as long as you're not breaking your firm's privacy policies, which I'd imagine if you were talking to a registered individual outside of your firm, you would be doing. Don't Q-tip the holes, just the flappies. But we've already established it feels so good. No way to know if those puts are bought or sold. Integrity, unfortunately. Plunge the wax in and compress it. Hey Greg, I've listened in 2022 into the stream and I liked it. I have also learned a lot of things from the stream and Discord. Therefore, I'd like to thank you, and I will join a membership soon. Thank you, Dirks. I appreciate that, man. Glad you're learning stuff. It feels so good being loved by you, Darth Dan to Pi Phi. Yeah, I think he's actually said that. That's a quote. That's a direct quote. It feels great right until you find yourself at urgent care explaining that you didn't follow Q-tip instructions. Sometimes you gotta live life on the edge, Brett. If someone rolling a position, they would wait for a price jump. Maybe. I mean, it could be that we're seeing the sold, like the short put legs of the long vol positions moved out because covering hasn't occurred yet, right? Same like us considering rolling to Feb to extend our theta. They're doing the same. Makes sense. It's at the right price. I only have one bathroom, meaning if I install a bidet, it's shared with any guests. This is completely disgusting, is it not? What do? Why? You don't you don't put the bidet in your ass, meatwad. It just shoots water onto your butthole. In Europe, they have public bidets. No, not in. It's not supposed to go in. That's an enema. You don't put it on your ass. Bidenimas are the best. No, those are not drinking fountains.
If today is a preview of how 2023 will be, I will literally pollute the earth twice as hard. Hashtag Zom to 130. I've never seen a public bidet anywhere, man. I've definitely seen them there. I'm gonna look here. We're gonna do this. We're gonna Google public bidets in Europe. Ooh, interesting. Hold on. There's a law. In several European countries, a bidet is now required by law to be present in every bathroom containing a toilet bowl. It was originally located in the bedroom near the chamber pot and the marital bed, but in modern times located near the toilet bowl in the bathroom. So, which parts of Europe require bidets by law to be present? That's what I want to know. The Wikipedia article is very vague on this. It's got to be France, maybe. I mean, they got to meet those climate goals, right? How do we go long bidets? The gamma flip point on SPX is at like 3862 Flocala. Whoa, whoa, whoa. You don't insert the bidet? No. I made a backyard bidet using an air compressor and a garden hose. Works great for those hard to clean messes. 10 out of 10 would enema again. Oh my god, do not power wash your asshole, dork. France, Italy? Maybe Italy. I don't know what the punishment is without a bidet. They don't cite the specific law. Phillips, Toto, or Cole? Interesting. Are they publicly traded? Hmm. OTC, though. Put's probably closing out. The zero DTEs probably are, yeah.
I always just do downward dog in the shower. Wait, hold on, but wouldn't the water flow towards your head? This is not a sanitary way of cleaning your asshole. How's Superstock gonna lock the float if they don't have any money left? They're not. Don't worry about it. Have I been using the bidet wrong all along? I've been bringing a putty knife to shield the taint. That's the Carl special. How do you spread your cheeks in downward dog? Listen, if your cheeks aren't spread in that position, you need to exercise more or eat less. Hey, wait, GB is going up. Halt into Earth. Sorry, destabilization of the bid ask to the upside due to unexpectedly high volume, which leads to the stoppage of trading on the exchange into close. You son of a bitch. I know what you're trying to say, Dork. You can't fool me with your technical mumbo jumbo. I don't need to pay attention to the market. I see what it's doing. I just got big cheeks, Dad. That's because you're thick like a brick, CTD. Oh, we Europers have bidets, but you Americans can't have alcohol at McDonald's or Burger King. Joke's on you. Bidets are phenomenal. All right. I trust European people more, assuming they have a bidet in their home. We've been over this a lot, but you know, smearing shit around on your ass with dry paper is not an effective method of cleaning something. Disliked and unsubbed. Thanks, Gaff. I didn't get COVID from New Year's, at least not yet. Do I buy some Jimmy upstart down here with NVIDIA put profit or average down Fubo? That's up to you, Sisyphus. You could also use NVIDIA put profit to profit off NVIDIA more. Man, waterboarding would be so much worse if that's how they did it. I am so well aware. I get the goopy poopies, so I have a bidet. Nice, Surfa. I'm eating. Hopefully, you have a clean butt. Why do you always sound so passionate when you talk about bidets? I'm pretty passionate about them. I think every home should have a bidet. I think it's fucking disgusting that we don't. Like, our toilet paper is barely a step above the Romans sharing the same stick that they scrub their asshole with. You know, it's not much better. Like, why are we living in the dark ages still in this country? We have cars that can get into automotive accidents on our behalf, but we can't have clean assholes. I mean, I've been so I've been inside a Waffle House, but I didn't eat there. Nothing happened. There was a guy who was passed out on the counter. He just kind of drank. I'm not being shitty, and it's guy. Look at what Guybrush did to the SPX guys. Have you ever tried to wipe? Have you ever tried to wipe your ass with wet toilet paper? Toilet paper does not hold up well to being overly moist. It's not like a Bounty, unless you're wiping your ass with Bounty paper towels, the quicker picker upper. Wet wipes are an improvement, but you still have to put your hand there. You're putting your hand, and you can't remove everything with a wipe, right? Here, I'll challenge you this. All right, you take 1 cup of chocolate pudding, like a snack pack, and you dump it onto a countertop in your house. Your two options are a toilet paper and a dude wipe. 3 options: toilet paper, dude wipe, and garden hose. You tell me which gets your counter cleaner. Clip this. A bidet does not blast poo on your undercarriage, okay? Unless you have a flat asshole. In which case, I don't know how to help you. But, you know, your asshole should be like a center point. It's it's not a flat surface. You know, much like gravity, it distorts the space around it. Right? So, you know, if the area around your asshole is space-time, right? And this is your butthole. You know, this is going to distort space-time around it. And so when you clean this, you know, you're just cleaning the middle part. It's not a floppy disk. It's I'm drawing space-time. Sort of. It's kind of shitty, but you get what I'm saying, right? Black hole sun, exactly. Chris Cornell knew what he was talking about. So if you assume that the mass at the center of that area of space-time is, it's going to draw the water into it, right? And then the water is going to fall out to the sides of it, but it's not a flat space, right? So it's not like trying to wash a plate with a hose. Is it Schwarzschild geometry? What if the butthole is rotating? How does that affect the world line of the bidet spray? Well, that would create an orbit of the bidet spray. Actually, if the bidet spray were to hit the outer edge of the butthole, it would almost create, yeah, like a centrifugal motion where the water would circle around before exiting out, right? Like a slingshot effect. Honestly, the best bidets do this. The best, yeah, the Enema Horizon. Centripetal. Yeah, and so, the best bidets, they're doing this. They're not approaching from a direct trajectory. They're aiming for the outer edge of that warped space-time in order to circulate through before falling out. How big is your bathroom? Big enough to fit a bidet in it. I believe that's the Coriolis effect. Let's get back to the roots of what this stream is really about this year in 2023. Fuck stocks. Let's talk about food and bidets. Could we halt into close? Pretty unlikely. Food and cleaning up the result of eating said food is what this stream is about. I just got kicked off my work VPN. Coincidence? I mean, you're at a library. What's the restriction? Half the people are there are just watching porn. School of Stock, bidet spray dynamics, and timing the perfect plugin. Exactly. We could probably start an entire internet fad around, like, remember like oh, what was that diet fucking thing? Macros, where everyone's like trying to hit their macros to get buff, but for poop. So like the right amount of each food for the perfect poop, and everyone's like competing for it. Micro bidet fluidics and lessons in liquidity. And then everyone could like start Instagrams and post their latest poop. and other people could judge it. This is what social media has been dying for. There's a grading scale for poop. It's called the Bristol stool chart. Well, we're bringing it back, OG rules. I'm not mocking bidets, Van Hills. They are a game changer. I would go so far as to argue that you can't be a profitable trader without owning a bidet. Wait, so you're telling me I've been studying the wrong liquidity? I mean, yes, both literally and figuratively. But I told you that at the beginning. You just didn't believe me. Never go into a crowded public bathroom with a cantaloupe? Key is to moan and groan as loud as possible for 3 minutes, then drop the cantaloupe in the toilet from 3 feet. I haven't actually done that, but I'm not gonna say I don't want to try it now. Oh look, we've almost gotten rid of all our viewers. It's working. That's true. The sheer confidence that you get with a nice rinse is what every warrior needs in the morning. No, you need it needs to be ice cold too. You missed so much, Proving Crown. No, you don't drink out of the bidet. It's not a water fountain. Modified by day to inject LaCroix into the system. Really fresh and crisp feeling. I mean, I think they have carbonated bidets. That wouldn't be hard to do, right? You just need a CO2 tank and like an extra hose, and then it'd be fizzy. Ooh. Can a shower be a substitute for a bidet? Sure, but you're gonna shower every time you have to poop? I mean, you could. Is there a way to optimize VWAP deviation settings that you know of? You don't have to use whole numbers for standard deviations. Find out how far from the average the underlying some securities don't move very far from their volume weighted average price, right? Some move much further. I think the further the move, the more implied volatility. I just hooked my soda stream up to my bidet. Finally a use. Not as crisp. All right, well, I guess we'll stick with La Croix. I went to England over the holiday break and ended up with some of the messiest dumps I've ever experienced in my life. My bidet arrives on Thursday. Another one. Awesome. A nitrogen bidet? Maybe. The hose is fine, but you really shouldn't have to interact with anything. The Japanese have ones that are like have like laser targeting systems. They like not only do they clean and dry your ass, but like I think they like powder and scent it too. They're also your friend. So explain to me why American toilets have so much water. We have to flush big wads of fucking toilet paper down the drain because nobody owns bidets. So you need. Oh, that's the other thing. No more. Your toilet will never get clogged again. Unless you have something seriously wrong with your colon or you're impacted. You know, that's always a possibility. If this is how the rest of 2023 is gonna go, I'm gonna be the cleanest motherfucker out there. Exactly. Where the fuck is Plumber Poopy Hands? I don't know, but I'm drumming him up a lot of customers right now. Is SPX testing our patience? It's testing my resolve. SPX breakout or fail? I think consolidation. It's not at a great level to continue upwards, if I'm going to be completely honest. But that doesn't mean it won't. I think futures look pretty good, so that could be indicative of the SPX continuing up. Maybe we'll get some more action in Power Hour. Oh, it already is Power Hour. What a piece of shit. Speaking of the Japanese, there was a psych rock band from Japan in the 90s called Ultra Bidet. Bidet? And their logo looked like Ultra Tide with bleach detergent. Huh. I don't know. I've never used the paper trading thing on WeBull. Is it any good? I'd assume it'd be shitty. Cosm had huge FTDs this week. I think it will pull back before squirting again. I don't know if it's gonna squirt again, man. They have a shelf offer now. You want to be the company's exit liquidity? No, but I do try to find a way to drop "Do you have a bidet" into conversations on the first date. Like I'll bring up a friend and I'm like, "Oh, it's really crazy. They have a bidet in their house." And then gauge the reaction, right? I live in America, so I can't expect people to have bidets, unfortunately. Thanks, Paul. Friend recently bought an old house that was owned by some hippies. Both the toilets had one of those hosed kitchen sink dish sprayers feed from the supply line. Yeah, that is a bidet. You know, there's a lot of things that hippies get wrong, but bidets are not one of them. I, for one, get excited to talk about my bidet in public. Yeah, but you're like over the hill, Carl, and you're married now, so you can kind of say anything you want on a first date. It's 3:10, my guy. Do you know where your sinus is? Yeah? Alright, fine. You can have it today, Gaff. Gaff needs to make money, too.
Hey, you little stock investor, you. Come on over here. I got something to show you. I think you might like it. Let me show you my secret sinus. Promise you won't tell a soul, cause I feel so good inside your whole market. Ain't free and fair. ETF creation, bona fide market maker makes my secret sinus hard.
Does your mini horse have its own bidet? No. But I don't use toilet paper to wipe a horse's ass. Is the volume on Upstart adequate for the ETF FTDs? Yes. Said 3 million volume today. It's not adequate for much else, but it's adequate for that. I'm interested in what the closing settlement's going to look like. In Lebanon, the bidet is adjacent to the toilet and has both the fountain and the handheld hose, too. This is customary in houses there since the 60s, I'd say just based off the age of the homes. See, but it's just like the one thing we're so uncivilized in, you know? A kitchen sprayer bidet would be helpful to wash kids' poopy clothes. That's the first time the bidet had a resurgence in America was in like the 50s and 60s as an attachment to wash children's diapers before they had disposable ones. Um, Unfortunately, for some reason, it didn't catch on. I have no idea why. And you know, now we have a country mostly devoid of bidets. As a Cornishon, why can't I at everyone? Because you're a paper-handed bitch. Do you want hopium? How much? Like hopium for my SPX calls? Or just generalized hopium? How would a centaur use a bidet? I don't know. Do you think they're anti-bidet lobbyists? Yeah. Paper companies and big lumber. Imagine how many trees die every year so you can smear shit around your ass with a piece of paper. The average American household probably goes through more paper than like a law firm over the course of a year. Let's say a small law firm, but The fact that Mackey's viewership is half of yours for live streams makes me really bullish for this year. Shows a loss of interest in markets by retail. I'm really glad that everyone told their families they're quitting, but everyone's here today, so interesting. Ooh. My partner thinks she needs to use half a roll of toilet paper every time she pees. It's maddening. Man, I used to live with this dude back when I had roommates. The fucking guy would use like an entire roll of toilet paper every time he took a shit. And he shit a lot. Like, way more than the average person. He eventually bought a snake for the drain. Like his own personal drain snake. Man, I hated that fucking guy. How many poops is average? I don't know, like 1 or 2 every 48 hours or so? Those light but overly voluminous shipments of toilet paper keep a lot of trucks and lorries on the road. That's true, yeah. The transportation industry is making bank on it too. Is Cosm going up? I don't know, man. I'm not watching it. Yes. It's moved up to $6. I just don't like fucking with it because they have a shelf offer now, and I don't want to get rug pulled by the company I'm investing in. No, Carl wasn't my roommate. He wishes. I know you do, Carl. Could you please take a minute's silence for ex-world's greatest trader Nancy Pelosi on the day of the House Speaker elections, where everything is a bit crazy? Noted, Jean-Claude Van Damme. How you been, man? For the American Colorectal Society, normal bowel movement frequency is 1 per week to 1 per day. Yeah, that sounds reasonable. Any idea how much kava that guy ate? No reason for asking. You know what he ate a shitload of? Burger King. That motherfucker would eat Burger King like every other day. Our house always smelled like Burger King. It was, oh man, I hated everything about him. He was arguably my worst roommate ever. He would eat unreal amounts of Burger King. He would play fucking WoW for like 14 hours a day. And we had one bathroom and he was constantly shitting. And the worst part is he played WoW on a laptop. And he would bring his laptop in the bathroom and play WoW while shitting for like 2 fucking hours at a clip. I lived with him for like 6 months. Been hanging with the 510 and trying to work at how expensive a new bathroom with a bidet would be. It can't be that much, right? What's his name? Evan? No. can you make an educated guess about where the SPX might open tomorrow? Might be some improvement into tomorrow. I don't like where the price is at right now, if I'm going to be perfectly frank. If we closed above 30.30, I'd have a little more confidence in it opening higher tomorrow. Elder me would keep BK on his nightstand for days as a snack source. Are my $50 Upstart 590C 24s going to pay off my house? Probably not, but you never know. Given the choice, would you pick bidet toilet seat or separate old school style bidet? Some of the toilet seat ones are really good. Bruh, microparticle splatter. Yeah, but the feces plume when you flush your toilet anyway, right? Girk, I came across a large sum of money by stealing Carl's pension account. What should I invest in? Whatever you want, man. Do we have any economic data tomorrow morning? Yes. Yes, we do. Tomorrow morning we have most of the jobs data for the week. So we have ISM manufacturing at like 10. Then we have job openings at 10. Manufacturing employment at 10. Then we have FOMC minutes at 2. And I think that's it. I think that's it for tomorrow. Friday and tomorrow are both of the big days for jobs data. Then we towards the end of the week, or at the end of the week, we start to get speeches from the Fed presidents again. No, you don't have to wipe walk-in, you have to dry. There's a big difference. The market will either boom or bust this week. Well, I hope it booms because I'm not positioned for busting. Not really. CPI on Jan 12 too, right? Going to be a lot of things to consider. If we're looking at Jan 12 to 18 for GME upstart stuff, but you have to consider that it's also SLD during that period. I'm not positioned for busting. What's your theory on OPEX in January? It's not really OPEX, but I think we'll realize some of the deferred obligations from the last couple of months between January 12th and 18th, which doesn't really have anything to do with OPEX, but well, it has to do with previous OPEXs, but not this one. As far as January OPEC's concerned, I think that'll be very dependent on if we see any kind of price improvement ahead of the OPEC's period. Do you show us Dork's Hopium? I don't know if he sent me any. Oh, he did. Hold on. Well, that's very exciting. Wouldn't you want like a 90-day rolling period for that, Dork? Oh, take a look. I would imagine, yeah, because quarterly, right? I want liquidity on Jamie to be off the charts. I want a run to 120. How much money do you owe the IRS, man? What's up, Jean-Claude? It does have to do with GME. But I'm waiting for Dork to send me new charts. Ooh. Now try 180 days. Less bullish. Is it though? Just do 180 days. But do... Wait, hold on. The 4-hour candle. Turn extended hours off. $40,000? Jesus Christ. Wait, no, you have to turn the extended hours off. Is that with extended hours on? $2021 is crazy. The fuck is that? Look how flat it is. Huh. I don't know. That kind of looks bullish as fuck, right? Do you like that one better? Does that... That makes sense. Yes, that has assuaged my fears of it not being MOASS. Awesome. Well, those are the most likely rolling periods. Well, also 180 on the daily. Technically you should be looking... Fuck, on the 4-hour you should probably be looking at 240 or 180 on the daily. Wait, do 240 on the 4-hour. It's not OBV. I would never be just sitting here looking at OBV. I'm not talking about BBBY. I finally worked out how to set a YouTube account name so I can talk here again and not dox myself. Awesome. See, that's what I'm fucking talking about, Dork. Look at that shit. You like that? Much better. You care to share this hopium with an idiot's explanation? Not for me, but for others. No. No hopium for anybody. Just teasing. Because here's why. When I talk about bullish data, everyone does stupid shit. What do we tell them, Doric? It's currently not very profitable to keep doing what they're doing on GME. They need to reset it. There. Is that good? Is that a good way of putting it? I don't know about sneeze levels. You're pushing it. Now you're trying to create your own hopium. See, I can't win, right? Because either I say nothing, right, and then people stay wildly uninformed, or I point out something bullish and people do stupid shit, or I say something bearish, people translate that to mean something bullish, and then they do stupid shit anyway. Like, if I don't feed the hopium and copium, people just create it for themselves. I have a liquidity model working today. I think I'm seeing something similar. It basically presents a specific risk to their short operation. Sure. You could say that, yeah. It helps, thank you. I can't do anything but wait to sell CCs anyway. That's the real way to do it, though, Gen. That's how a boss plays OPEX. So why not feed it? I can assure you, I've never created hopium for myself. Bullshit. Revlon. Although I will say that we created hopium on the perfect day. But there was hopium. I was there. I witnessed it. I witnessed Gaff experience an emotion that wasn't bearishness. Probably Upstart, too, if you were allowed to buy it. I wonder if you could negotiate compliance into giving you, like, into getting a better bonus. Like, I'm missing out on these sweet-ass trades, so I think I deserve more money. Huh. Guess that would depend on how indispensable you are. I didn't create that for myself. You created it and conned me into it. You were the one that made me bullish in the first place. Why can't Gaff buy Upstart? Kenny won't let him. Thoughts on the happy 23rd birthday, America? Facebook message that was trending on Sunday. Wait, really? That do people know when America started? How is that trending? Where are we trying to do our call put thingy on SPX tonight? Here's the deal. I don't want to buy any puts right now. I'm going to have to, but I don't want to. I really don't want to. I have a bunch of calls. I want those to go in the money. If we close above 38.30, I think I'm just going to stay bullish into tomorrow and buy as few puts as feasibly possible, slightly out of the money to protect the downside. Not how I remember things. You asked me a question. I answered, yeah, that looks right. Then you went nuts and said we would all be rich. Full DFE YOLO. Worst financial advisor ever. Hey, those options 10x to the next day. Fuck you. That was a straight 10 bagger. No questions asked. My overnight bullishness on Revlon that day was very, very profitable. My continued bullishness on Revlon was not. But that's because we got crimed by the NYSE. People got too bullish, and the NYSE was like, fuck that shit, and they delisted the stock. I just explained it. Exactly, Chaku. Crime. Everyone needs to watch the weekend Dill stream. It's easy to profit off the run without having to time it with calls and get blown up. Play the inevitable downside. 180 DTE puts, 0.7 delta. Yeah. You don't have to just play the upside. But people like the upside better because there's always in the back of their mind, they'll be like, what if this is it? What if this is MOASS? My wife won't accept that explanation. Is she bullish on the potential buyouts? Blink once in the next 60 seconds if Dork showed you GME going to $50. He didn't. UFC's Dana White slaps wife at nightclub. EDR drops 5%. Didn't they both slap each other? I think I saw the video. She like slapped him and then he slapped her. And then they did some sort of like grapple thing. I missed the Dill stream this weekend because I have a life. Please recap. This year I'm looking to restructure my investment portfolio. I can't wait to take ownership of my growing portfolio with the info you've taught me. Thank you for everything you do for us. Thanks, Insanity. Congratulations. No, she thinks the rest of it's going to zero. I mean, it might, right? But there's got to be at least worst case scenario they could sell it to that Canadian guy. I think his offer's what, like $5 a share, and he's got that sweet ass algorithm. I don't know why he isn't the front runner for the buyout. I don't stream, but did you know that you can save money on expensive alcohol by just buying a funnel and a bottle of rubbing alcohol? You can't drink rubbing alcohol. I mean, well, you can't, but you shouldn't. You shouldn't drink rubbing alcohol. very interested by this end of day price action on Fuba. I like that it's not $1.50 anymore. If you're gonna tell me methanol is bad for my eyesight, it's probably not a good thing. I've been trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty. Okay, what about it? Why is everything you say so bullish? I don't even feel that I say bullish things. I think you just want the things I'm saying to be bullish. You can even drink eggplant parm if you have a blender and a big straw. You can't the cheese is a problem. It just gets stuck to the blades and it twists up into like a ball. I'll have you know the low is 161 on 12/28, which it tested today. None of this $1.50 silliness yet. Is that going to be the break point for you, Atomic? $1.50? I've seen what you're doing. I know you'll just buy more. I'm not a centaur. Talking about bullishness is getting so meta bullish in here. Oh, Jesus Christ. Did you, oh, Popcorn Trader, did you hear that DocuSign is going to be getting into invoicing as well? Chain of custody invoicing? As a manufacturer, you're going to have to use so much more DocuSign. How do you feel about that? How do you feel about their already current customers that force you to sign documents through DocuSign are now going to add invoicing? You'll never be able to avoid it. It's coming for you. Stop making me bullish. I won't have any settled cash until my December OPEX calls print. When DocuSign put Doc NFTs on GME Marketplace, RC told me the future of everything was the GME Marketplace. When GME DocuMoon. Here's the thing. RC said nothing. Ever. And I'm starting to think it's because his head is empty. Like, what if the reason we don't get forward guidance is because he can't plan that far in the future? When DocuSign put Doc NFTs? But what about when DocuSign starts to use NFTs, Popcorn Trader? Now you get it, Kirk. I mean, all the information I have to analyze RC's capability as chairman of the board is him telling us to buckle up. 20-minute interview with GMEDD where he discussed his Twitter and his Twitter. And the only conclusion I can come to from those 3 data sets is that maybe he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. Larry Chang will save GMA. He better, because someone needs to. You better be careful. They'll ban you from RSS for this blasphemy. It's a sandwich short of a picnic. Maybe the secret hint is that he's dumb. Hey, what was his last tweet? I really don't know. I didn't see it. Has inflation cured the land from COVID? I think these are some things we know about Ryan Cohen. He's a children's book author. He has daddy issues. He made money selling people pet food. What else? Loves Carl Icahn. Short. Bought Bobby. Then rug pulled. In the investing world, we call this a fuck up. RC has one big rug pull left. He's gonna Bobby us and pull out like a dad on the Maury Povich show. Not at these fucking prices, he's not. He's gotta pump it first. Oh, 7. Has read Intelligent Investor. But has not understood it, as per the previous example. Thinks he's Warren Buffett. Plus Steve Jobs. Plus Elon Musk. So he's an autistic, overconfident huckster. I mean, I do analysis, right? That's what I've got. That's what we know about Ryan Cohen. Your jealousy is deafening. I sent you a DM. He has a small wee-wee. That's not pertinent to his business acumen, though. Do you think he owns a bidet? I fucking hope so, man. It makes him overcompensate. The small wee-wee or the short? A little more pump in the last 10 minutes, or is this it? I don't know. Maybe? I'm just gonna buy puts at 820. Or 3820. Fuck. You know the Fubo borrow rate is up 1% today? Oh, awesome. I mean, maybe we should have known when his only two purchases around the time of GameStop were Wells Fargo and Apple. He absolutely does. I've seen his house in Miami. Has a bidet? Well, that reinstills some confidence in my investment. Here's the thing, is it doesn't fucking matter what Ryan Cohen is. He's the fucking chairman of the board. He's not running the day-to-day operations of the company. Any benefits of selling 0 DT SPX calls in the money just before close, or just letting them cash settle? I don't know. Is your spot like? I mean, it should just be the same either way. But if volatility is a little elevated today, so maybe VIX is still cooling. VIX is down like 3% now. I like that. I don't like that it hasn't cooled more than that, though. Oh, Turtle Beach is a rabbit hole. Yeah, it is. I've read all the DD and have become an informed investor. When do I make my money? Oh, that's not how that works. What happened to the upstart FTDs? Sure as shit didn't drive any price action. Internalization? No idea. I mean, we can look at the closing settlement and see if it makes up any discrepancy in volume. If there was a lot of internalization today, then closing settlement would be larger, right? But we have to wait till market closes. Does JFresh track supersonic user activity? Yeah, I believe so. RC seems like the type of guy that buys used ladies' underpants on eBay just to wear them in high heels. We're not here to kink shame the dude, right? I'm just trying to assess his ability to turn this company around based on his previous experience of not turning around companies. Geo dropped almost 7% today, but it bounced back the other day, so it's just kind of where it was. I mean, it's actually still above its low. But yeah, it got rejected off the upper part of the trend here. Pretty hard. It actually only went above the trend for that 1850 level in pre-market and after hours. Head into 1637, maybe. I think if the market pulls back, we'll be fine though, and the trend is stronger here, right? So it's going to require more shorting to get us down into this range again. I think we could see a recovery from this point, but I mean the upside's what, like 18 until we get a run, and they're still just recycling liquidity every day, right? So I mean, like this morning they got shares, they sold shares over and over again. The net effect of that over time is, you know, that it is getting more illiquid and it's dropping the price. But you know, intraday, you know, there's always that return of the liquidity that they try to gobble up in pre-market. But this isn't sustainable, right? This is just trying to push it out one more day every time. Ding ding. The day is done. All right, well, we've got SPX around the 38.25 level, which is still skewed a little negative. We can obviously push up in after hours, and that would present a fairly significant advantage going into tomorrow, because the upside positioning, especially above 38.50, is quite strong. So if we open in that range, you know, we have the potential to continue moving up. But I would still have some sort of hedge to the downside. closing settlement on Upstart looked pretty fucking interesting there. As far as everything else, yeah, I mean, just continued illiquidity, more shorting. Remember, we don't expect any resolutions of that liquidity until, you know, like the 12th to 18th, right? So we would expect them to continue to short into this period, provided they can. Check DMs. That's awesome. Upstart's not MOASing, but it did move back up. Closing settlement was 180,000 shares. So there's probably some internalization, maybe this morning, during, like, maybe they were trying to clear FTDs at market open. And then, you know, that's why we got that kind of higher volume grind in this upper range before, you know, we got shorted again. But the volume for today, 3.75 million, is sufficient to clear out whatever obligations were there. Not a good sign, though, that that many fails occurred and we didn't get any positive price improvement. Either that or the fails we're tracking had nothing to do with Upstart in this situation. Like those ETF fails can be any other underlying stock too, right? The 19th is gonna be a horrible, horrible day. Why? Okay. Anyway. Can we get a late night announcement with a vague graph? Maybe. I'll think about it. In the meantime, you know, volatility's low and the price on all of these is very cheap. So it's good entry opportunities across the board. Thoughts on 5 million plus volume on GME today? GME had a fairly significant number of fails today too, with 1 million. So, you know, either we're going to see them clear it or net it off through CNS to be cleared later, right? And if that's the case, then we would expect higher volume. Anyway, yeah, that's about it for now. I'm still going to be waiting for the middle of this month. So, thank you guys for tuning in. And I will see you all bright and early tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Have a great night, everybody.
Rico!
Sit, Crean, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.